Oh, boom. Look at that. Guys, we won our first game. We won our first game already. I just need to look at that victory screen one more time, okay? I just gotta look at that. Oh, the game started, and then the game started, and then boom. Nathan won. Incredible. Wow, I really worked for that one. Happy Monday. I guess your opponent got psyched out. Yeah, world first. Amen. In a world where Nathanias wins games instantly. Yeah. One man dared to build battlecruisers. And then he was sentenced to jail forever. The end. That was it. Building battlecruisers it's a dangerous game to play. We need a sequel. It's a dangerous game to play. Battlecruisers are not children's toys. Mm-mm. They are not. Go ahead. Go ahead. Huh? What's the... Go ahead. SCV ready. What's the... Huh? What's the... Oh, we got a TVZ. So Little Terran versus Zerg, effectively, to get things going today. We need to warm up, right? We need to get the blood flowing. We were doing a little cheeky co-op action, but I don't necessarily know that that's representative of our gameplay experience as the latter usually goes. So why don't we get freaky with it? Why don't we get some Reapers out, get the men with the jetpacks. They say that the Reaper life expectancy is so short that the only people insane enough to take on the job are folks who post on the SC2 BattleNet forum, so that's how you know they're unhinged. They fixed the rank profile border problem. You know, I can't say I've been keeping up on the profile glitch issues. I do think I've heard of this. Everybody gets Master League for like free bug. I've heard of it, but I don't believe it's affecting yours truly. I don't believe it's affecting yours truly. Here we go! Oh, look at that. Yeah, oh, he's like crazy. Yeah, I mean, what is this going to be but like a roach all-in or something? Like, what really could this be at this point?
Center 2.0 ready to go. Add-ons finished. SCV ready. Command center upgrade complete. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Oh no, I unbound my lift. When you change hotkeys in co-op, sometimes it does break stuff, huh? Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. There we go. I think we fixed it. Have you ever played with your own commentary? Do you mean like my voice pack? That's the only one I use. My voice pack is the only one I use when I play the game. It's the coolest thing I've ever done, really. So it's pretty high up there in terms of like career accomplishments anyway. Damn, you see what I tried to do there was repair the turret, but instead my guys were, it looks like they were just trying to repair the planetary. It's a bit unfortunate. GG. Alright, let's go next. That's just bad luck. I misclicked. If I had clicked on the correct building, we would have won the game. Sometimes a game does actually come down to a small thing like that. It's a super frustrating way to lose a game. I'm just going to say that, though. I absolutely shit the bed. Absolutely. It was not good. Game gave you masters even though you've been a hard stuck diamond player your whole life. Yeah, it sounds like you just, I don't know, a lot of people really don't get it. You guys really don't get how like dead the matchmaking and 1v1 scene for this game really is, do you? Like I play StarCraft for fun, but part of that is because competitively this game is cooked, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you. If you got pushed up to Masters League and you were diamond before, it's probably because of how many people quit the game. You have to have, like, you'd have to be pretty full of yourself to think that MMR is still worth what it was even 5 years ago. Because it's not. It's not. Now, I'm in America, so most people here can't read above a 6th grade level, so I'm not surprised if a lot of people out there think that MMR will always be worth the same amount that it is, but some of our educated friends got to spread the word about what happens when the number of players in an MMR system leaves. When people stop playing a game, the value of MMR actually goes up, which means you need less MMR. SC2 YouTuber who died. Yeah, he ate a whole bag of sun chips in 5 minutes. Rip. Yeah, I've heard of the placement bug, but he said that he was diamond, and he got put into masters. And I'm like, that seems like classic MMR deflation. That seems like classic MMR deflation. I think that can be easily explained by that. If somebody was like 2,500 MMR and they got put in masters for no reason, I think that would kind of that is what I've heard of as far as like this bug is concerned. But yeah, Nathan ate a whole bag of sun chips, guys. Rest in Alfredo sauce. Don't eat sun chips too quickly, okay? It's an important life lesson for all of you to learn. All right, and I love sun chips, but I have to control myself. I've met my end at the hand of sun chips multiple times.
Command Center 2.0 ready to go.
Sun chip maxing, exactly. Do I think the barcode is being sus for a rush? Oh, do I think the guy talking to me who didn't scout and is playing with no name and is talking to me while I'm streaming? Do I think that guy might be pulling my leg? No. No. I'm sure he's just excited playing this from his Hello Kitty MacBook Pro. And he is probably taking a huge bong rip right now. See, there we go. See, guys? He's probably... I'm going to guess this is the guy who draws a penis on the map every time we play against each other. I'm going to guess. It's one of those guys that doesn't know Puerto Rico is an American territory, I have to assume. He's a wild one. Let's see. I mean, it's probably... Based on what we're seeing from here, he's probably rushing like carriers or Tempest, right? That is usually what he does. And then he's got like a pylon of dongs out on the map. So I'm just going to assume that he's building a pylon of dongs out there. Probably probably like over here on the top right. He usually doesn't want me to see it until it's done. Yeah, I don't know where his, The real question is, where's the proxy, right? That's about it. We'll find out at some point. He's having a giggle. He's having a giggle at our expense, but I'll play this. I'll play this one game with him. He can have one. Nathanias likes donating to charitable causes, so I'll play one with him, and then that'll be enough. That'll be enough to sate my appetite. Some of these guys snipe me so often, I actually can declare them as dependents on my taxes, so. Yeah, see, this is perfect, because I actually got him to come down here now. Alright. Well, I guess he wants to play a real game after all, doesn't he? I was expecting just a pylon drawn out of penises. The last time I played a Barcode Protoss who talked a lot, he turtled up on his base and then he destroyed his own main nexus so that he'd be revealed on the map. So I honestly just thought that that was this guy because he's yapping a lot, but he might not be. Maybe we can play a real game. I was gonna try to end it as fast as possible because I thought he was just gonna troll me, but we might have a real match.
Ready to go.
Yeah, no, he's actually just straight up. He is straight up respecting us here. That's good. I love being respected. It's fun. Not a feeling I experience often.
Your add-on is complete.
Reporting for action.
He's been very quiet. Oh, well, he's trying really hard. Guys, he can't talk. Guys, he can't say some other horrible, messed up thing to me without getting ahead in a game first. You have to understand, like, we're doing this based off of his dopamine. So until he feels one of those moments in the game that makes him go like, oh, yeah, I got him. Until he feels that, he's not going to talk to us. Because he's trying really hard right now. Like, he's really giving it his all. So, but as soon as he reaches a point where it's like, oh, Nathan knows he's boned now, then that's usually when they start talking again. So, the only other thing is you got to remember, it's like that Brooklyn Nine-Nine episode with the dentist that's full of himself. Like, the easiest way to bait these guys is to just comment, like make the types of comments that they wouldn't want chat to think about them, like, oh, this guy doesn't scout. That got him to talk. You know what I mean? Like, he started talking as soon as we said that. So, like, there are certain triggers you can kind of play with. But that's one of the reasons why I always mention when people don't scout, because it absolutely sets them off. They're so full of anger and hatred, they can't help but self-report when they're accused of being lazy. They can't stand being accused of laziness. They really can't. Kind of like how he just comes straight over for that, right? But he's not gonna make it. He's not gonna make it super easy for me. The worst thing that could happen to him right now would be losing this. So he's gonna do everything he can to secure the win, and then he's gonna start saying weird shit. But he won't talk smack until he thinks he has the game in hand. Because again, he is giving it his all. He is giving it his all. I assume he's going to ignore that base too until we actually go put SCVs there, right? Most likely.
Your SCV's base is under siege. What's our target?
Reporting. Engine screaming.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Find out a mineral. Your SCV
Yeah, right for it, right? You know, this is just what we were expecting, right? This is what happens. But it's good because it means he's not trying to waste our time. At least he does really want to win. So as soon as he destroys this base, I'm gonna tap out. But I don't know if he was hoping that we would stay in like a super long game with him. But if he's not gonna let us take a 4th base, then I think that we probably should just leave. So GG, let's go next. That's like the creepy guy at the bar that won't stop talking to you, and you gotta like pretend to be on the phone with your friends because he just doesn't get it, you know? That's what it takes. That's what it takes sometimes. This guy's a Smurf. He just leaves all of his TVTs. Yeah, look at this. This guy's just out here trying to lower his MMR so he gets easier games. Crazy. That's the 2nd free win he's given me today. Dailies reset. Hype, hype. Damn, look at that. People are terrified of me today, huh? Bro. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect this. We are gaming. Oh, this guy's gonna leave again. Am I getting boosted right now? Is that what this is? Guys, I told you I couldn't afford the boosting service in the email. I couldn't afford the boosting service. Are they going to invoice me after this? Are they going to invoice me for all this MMR? Oh man, I'm getting conned. They're going to just send me a bill for all the MMR and be like, well, Nathan, your account boosting package is complete. And I'm going to be like, I didn't order this. And they're going to say, well, somebody put your info in the app. And I'm going to be like, damn. They couldn't have ordered me Olive Garden instead? You're gonna steal my identity and not even get me pasta? They are sick. Absolutely disgusting. You guys ever eat pasta before? It's crazy. Bill in the mail. It's the same guy! Oh my gosh, what is going on? Is he leaving every game he plays today? Is that what this is? Look at this. He played... Okay, he just doesn't play TVT, right? Let's look at his race report. Terran versus Terran. Oh, he's playing unranked. So he plays unranked to hide the fact that he leaves TVT. That's why he does it. He plays unranked to hide that he leaves. That's all. I guess I should wait for him to be in a game. I'm gonna see if we'll give him a minute. I don't think he wants to play us, so. This gives me a second to set up my auto battle today. How are you guys doing? Did you guys watch any football yesterday? The Jets won their first game of the year. Nathan's quite happy. All right, he's in a game. I hope he doesn't get a TVT. I'll cancel the queue if he do you guys see it? If he I'm hoping he's not in a TVT. Oh, pray this man's not in a team. Technically, he's taking away a Zerg or a Protoss that I could be playing against. But, you know, it's neither here nor there. Lifelong Jets fan, you were hoping for the 0-17. Also, lifelong Jets fan, you can get the first overall pick without losing every game, bro. The only thing I'll say is Woody Johnson deserves to go 0-17. The rest of this team, I wouldn't put that on anybody, man. I wouldn't put that on myself either. I don't deserve that. But the only person who doesn't deserve any wins this year would be Woody Johnson. As long as you're willing to reframe to that, I will agree with you. But man, Justin Fields, seeing him make his play, Brees, that I'm gonna be fantasizing about that play. I'm gonna be fantasizing about that play for a long time. I will be. That was incredible. That was actually one of like the sickest. Watching Brees Hall throw a touchdown pass with 2 minutes left in the game, and then the Jets don't let the opposing team march down the field to kick a field goal with time running out. What? What in tarnation, Bobby? Bro, watching as soon as I just couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. Brees Hall pump faked. He pump faked on a halfback toss. And then Mason Taylor is amazing. I'm waiting for that guy who always comes into my chat to talk about Mason Taylor. I'm waiting for him to come into my chat to talk about Mason Taylor. But that Brees play was unreal. I'm not gonna lie, dude. I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for like the super TikTok edit to get posted and make its way into my feed so I can just watch that on repeat. Oh, but that was so sick. That was so sick. And that's such a that is a classic Jets way to win a game too, because you know it was giving Brad Smith. Where are my Jets fans at? It was giving a little Brad Smith right there. I love that shit. I love that. He's one of my favorite Jets of all time. Oh, and Brees deserved it too. Garrett should be on a better team. Garrett definitely is a player that deserves to see a Super Bowl, but you know, there are a lot of those really good guys that never get there, so I'm just going to say I would still like to see him turn it around with us. I'm happy we re-signed Garrett and Sauce. You know, on some level, these guys have to recognize that they're still going to be paid top dollar here, so, you know, I'm remain ever hopeful. You can't give up. You remember, guys, you're not a loser until you don't have the balls to keep trying, okay? When your will is broken and you no longer wish to put in any effort, then you are a loser. But if you're willing to get back up and keep trying, you know, that literally is the human experience. That is actually how we conquered everything. So all of the cool things in your life, including the internet, electricity, your ability to watch this, come from people not giving up in tough times. All right, a lot of cool shit like this doesn't just happen. This wasn't just dumped on us by aliens. We didn't just wake up one day and they were like, "Hey guys, we just have computers now." Lol, 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 lol. It's not how it happened. It's not how it happened. We didn't just wake up one day and they say, "Now you can tell people to, you know, chainsaw themselves in half on the internet." That took time. It took us time to get there. Aura farming didn't even exist until Piccolo in the 90s became one of the first Namekians to aura farm. And I guess technically the Namekians would qualify as aliens, so aliens did bring us aura farming. If we classify Piccolo as an alien, then aliens gave us aura farming. But beyond that, they didn't give us computers or technology. I was actually wrong in my original statement. You guys were right. Piccolo's not from Earth, so technically the aliens did just drop some stuff on us. Hey, Failerin. Are we doing a stream delay today or having fun? Oh, I'm not doing the delay stuff anymore. I A/B test stuff, so sometimes I have to pretend. You know what I mean? Sometimes I'm like, hey guys, I'm gonna do this super try-hard stream with a delay just so I can, like, you know, just prove to myself, blah, blah, blah. But secretly, what I really want to know is, am I gonna quadruple my viewership if I turn on a delay and win every game I play and they are all bangers because no one can snipe me? Like, that's truthfully what I wanted to know. Like, is being stream sniped actually bad for Nathanias's viewership or his stream at all? That was the question I was answering. And I did a 5-hour stream during my normal hours where I had way less everything, basically, because it was obviously just a very focused, intense ladder stream, even though the games were much better, and even though I didn't get, you know, put against barcodes that talked to me the entire time. I didn't play any weirdos when I did it. You know, it just wasn't as fun. So, thankfully, thank God when I did that, it was much less, much less engaging than my normal stream. So now I know. I did the test, and things have been really, really good. Lots of people have been tuning in because I think, guys, I'm gonna say it. I think it's just because I've been having fun playing the game. Yeah. Anyway, so turns out people like watching people have fun playing a video game instead of trying to give themselves a corner, you know, anything like that. So keeping the blood pressure a little bit down, but also getting down, if you know what I mean. We had a wind warning all weekend, and I tied down our little privacy screen on the back porch. Had to get some stuff a little settled in, put some weight down on a few things. Do you guys get a lot of wind where you are? Cause out here, man, I've been getting like, oof. It was like 40 miles an hour. Crazy. So he was just gonna go roaches, huh? What was this build? Did he go pool first? Gets windy out in Texas. Yeah, I think the craziest weather I've seen in Texas was in Houston. I've been to Dallas, Austin. I've been to Dallas and Austin. I've been to Dallas like twice. I've been to Austin maybe like a dozen times. I went there a lot for different events. And I've been to Houston once. And the one time I was in Houston, there was a comic. It was like I was going to a comic convention. They were promoting the final season of Game of Thrones, if you guys want a year. I don't remember when it was, but I do remember that Daenerys was there because Grubby met Daenerys Targaryen. But we did the ESPN Collegiate Championships. We did the ESPN Collegiate Championships in Houston. And there was like a monsoon, and everybody was very casual about it. They're just like, yeah, it's just raining. It's going to rain for like a week straight. I'm like, what? They're like, yeah, it's been raining for about a week straight. They're like, everything's flooded. It's crazy. And I was just like, huh. Okay. I'm sorry, did he go pool first? But yeah, we did the ESPN Collegiate Jesus. Thank you, Plaguebird. It was pool first. Okay, we confirmed it. I just had to double check that. Yeah. Damn, 73 tendrils specifically. Exactly. When it's flood season here, it gets crazy. Yeah, so I've heard. But like Houston was all right. The hotel was a pretty short walk from the convention center. I don't remember really where I stayed. I don't know. What did I do over there? Huh. I'm not really sure. I found my badge for the event. It was like May 2019. It was right before Katie and I started talking. It was like 2 or 3 months before then, and I don't remember doing anything in Houston at all, actually. I only remember the event. I remember they got us really good chicken sandwiches, and I remember that the back door area, they had like the backstage area was pretty nice, where they had it set up for the players. Like ESPN, they had a bunch of computers for people to warm up on, obviously, but they also had like pinball machines. And when you're at a gaming event and there's money involved, the hors d'oeuvres are like high-end chicken tenders and stuff. It's good times. All tornadoes and dust. Ay. Crazy. Yeah, they just have like arcade cabinets, just like backstage, bunch of tables spread out and stuff, and they're like, "All right, guys, we got 700 chicken sandwiches from, you know, whatever Jollibee." I don't remember what the place was, but it was really good. I want to say Chick-fil-A, but I feel like it was something more local than that. But it was really good. It's just like, here we got, for production anyway. They got catered. They got nice catered food for the pro gamers, but for us they were just like, yeah, we got 700 chicken sandwiches, half are spicy, half aren't. You guys can have as many as you want because there's only like 40 people working on this production. So I think I brought like a bag of chicken sandwiches back to the hotel, just ate that and went to sleep. It's good times. So when you're like working venue, when you're working convention life as a contractor, that's just the kind of stuff that happens. The day ends and somebody's like, guys, we actually over-ordered our sides, you know, like we would fill the green room at the end of a StarCraft event, and they'd be like, guys, we bought 700 Kit Kat bars because Nathanias said he likes chocolate, and Blizzard policy states anything we put in the green room, we have to put enough for everybody to have. So, does anybody want to take 500 Kit Kat bars with them? Good times. Good times. It didn't really happen like that, but I certainly stuffed my pockets on the way out on more than a few occasions. That's, you know, when you grow up poor and people tell you you can take stuff, you don't not take stuff. They're like, yeah. It's fun. It's fun like that. Sometimes people just want to flex and they just bring you random stuff too. That was like the biggest thing. I'll tell you guys, one of my favorite BlizzCon stories, because we were doing opening week at the studio in Burbank. And that was, we actually had like a whole thing about it because Todd, they were like, we actually had a talent manager. This was one of the first BlizzCons where we had a runner. So we had a person whose only job was to just go do whatever we asked them to do. And they obviously, you know, they mostly just hung out with us. And anytime that we were upset about something or we didn't like a time scheduling thing, we didn't have to talk to anybody about it. We just talked to them. And they're like, all right, I'll coordinate with these guys and see if we can get dinner moved up or see if we can get you guys something in here. But one of the absolute best stories was that Todd wanted dark chocolate. And obviously that was not something that they just had on hand. So the person's like, all right, guys, Todd asked me for dark chocolate, and as per our policy, I am required to get enough dark chocolate for everybody here. But I also am required to ask you guys if there's anything else I should go get while I go pick this up. And I just said fuck it and asked for beef jerky. And I really complicated it because, you know, I was obviously on the higher end of the budget options, but I was hosting BlizzCon, so I felt like it was a fair ask, you know, like I get a little bit of beef jerky. And the best thing was nobody else wanted it. So I just took all of it home. And actually, I took all the chocolate bars home, too, because Todd only wanted one bar. Nobody else wanted dark chocolate because nobody else actually liked it except for me. And Todd didn't even like it once he had it. So yeah, there you go. That was yeah, there's another brilliant story. Another absolutely incredible story for you. And that's the story of how our talent manager got stuck in Burbank traffic for 45 minutes in the middle of the day going to get Todd a chocolate bar. And Nathan beef jerky, to be fair. I didn't say no. I didn't say no at the offer. Good times. Such a dumb food policy, but fun story. Yeah, exactly. It's just a fun story. And at the very least, you can see they were. This was towards the last few years of Blizz. Actually, I think that was almost the final BlizzCon or the second to last one that we did because they were like, yeah, they're like, we're switching to a new policy where everybody has to have the exact same treatment. And even though you guys are on camera and going to be judged and hated forever if the show goes wrong and no one will ever know or remember any of us, we have to put you on the same restrictions that we have as backstage people. And we're like, oh boy, here we go. Here we go. So we get stuff like that. I'm just doing a Hellion Banshee opener. I did go for a gasless expand. I think this is the Zerg that I just played against, and it looked like he went pool first. So, okay, there's already a lair too. So we just kind of assume that it's like Nidus, right? Probably Nidus or Muta Rush. He's a barcode rushing a lair against Nathanias, so I just have to assume that if he wants to troll me, he's not going to go mutas, because if he goes mutas, he'll win the game too quickly. So I'm just going to go based on the fact that he's a barcode. I'm going to assume he wants to grief me and not just win. So if he was trying to grief me, it's going to be swarm hosts. It's going to be swarm hosts. Nidus swarm host. If he actually is just trying to win, though, he'll go mutas, and I'll honestly just die, and that's fine. But my full expectation is just, yeah, it's gonna be Nidus. There it is. There it is. These guys want you to suffer, right? Like that's the whole point for him. The whole point for him is to make this as miserable as possible for me. So that's how we can basically predict his behavior and his patterns.
Add-on's finished. The add-on is complete.
Oh no, you got us. Oh no. Let's go next. Stuff like that is why I stopped streaming ranked, because like that would definitely tilt me back in the day to get just put up against a barcode who rushes something like that, you know? Like oh boy, what a fun game. The guy with no face cheesed the shit out of me. Wow.
The quest for glory begins.
Somebody's like, actually, no, Nate. Just because you broadcast your games, you're required to pretend every game is perfect, right, guys? I got to pretend every game we play is perfect and nothing bad ever happens.
SCV ready.
Fuck that. All right, we got another Zerg player. I guess I should have proxy. I guess I should have done the Reapers against the barcode Zerg dude. If I get another game against him, then I'll just go Reapers again. Clearly giving him space to breathe was the mistake. Insane how you can keep up with talking like this while playing. Yeah, most of StarCraft is just muscle memory. People who play this game make a lot of money grifting people that don't understand what the difference between good and bad players are, you know? StarCraft. Being a StarCraft fan is like trying to follow a niche fitness group. You just got a bunch of people peddling their own pseudoscience and trying to grift with their specific solutions for everything. But like 99% of playing StarCraft is just baking all the boring shit into your muscle memory. And that is literally what makes it easy to talk or do anything while I'm playing the game. Because literally 99% of this game is just muscle memory, boring stuff. And as soon as you get good at that, then you can use your brain on the actual things like, oh, what is my opponent doing? And then you're playing StarCraft. But most people don't even get past the muscle memory stage. That's why you have so many cheesers, because they don't really have that capacity. So they kind of like start the focus of the game as early as possible so that they don't have to do any of that thinking. They just want to rely purely on the mechanics and not let it get to the part of the game where someone's using their brain. That's a lot of people get stuck. Yeah, I think it's something that holds players back for sure. It's like real life. Everybody wants a magic, easy solution, but the only answer is work. That's it. Nobody wants to hear it. It's everybody's least favorite piece of advice. Just play the game. But what if I'm not playing it right? Are you having fun? Well, if you're enjoying yourself, then you're probably doing things okay, you know? If you're enjoying yourself, then you're probably not going to give up, right? So, but I only enjoy myself when I win. Okay, but you know the game is rigged for you to have a 50-50 win rate, right? You know that for every 20 games you win, you will lose 20, and there's nothing you can do about that, right? Are you aware of that? No. Win. There's a guy in Korea who gets paid $100,000 a year to play this game, and he has a 70% win rate. So I know that I could do better if I was just good enough. Uh-huh. Yeah. I bet you think all the bajillionaires in the world earned it all on their own too, didn't they? Right? Yeah. You're one of those guys who thinks that they did everything. You do everything by yourself, even though you drive on roads paid for by other people's taxes, huh? Got him? Hmm?
It didn't work, my friend.
No, but that is the way it goes, is it not? Beautiful. Four CCs, I love it. Yeah, man. You better believe it, bro. I tried so hard to explain to people that don't know how to play this game or don't actually play this game about why planetary fortresses are the only static defense Terran has, and sometimes you need them, but like people just don't get it. So I just started doing this 4 command center build instead, because people who don't understand StarCraft, it's literally easier to just say that it's not my 3rd, it's my 4th. That's it, and then people start to understand. But so I just started doing this 4 command center build so that I wouldn't have to constantly explain why you have to make choices about what you do with your bases occasionally. Now I just get the best of both worlds, like Hannah Montana. I get a fast 3rd orbital, and I get a fast 3rd base. So, again, most people not capable of differentiating between the two. But here in the intellectualists' crucible, we dare to ask these questions. What is he gonna do? I mean, unless he already rushed Lair, which he would have died if he had, you know. What is he gonna do here? Nothing. So now he has no capacity to pressure our 3rd base at all. And the only thing that could really kill us would be a big Roach or Muta push, which we kind of already, again, have some awareness of. Look at that. I even killed an Overlord with a turret. I can hear Skrillex. Call 911 now. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. You get laughed at for planetary at the 3rd and having a 2nd orbital in the main, but it's actually pretty smart. Yeah, well, again, a lot of people just don't actually understand StarCraft. They look at pro matches and think that that's actually how the game should be played, but they don't. They just don't know. They literally don't understand strategy. Pro gamers are like the ultimate final form of that concept I mentioned earlier about how 99% of people are like they don't really get that StarCraft is a game about mechanics and not strategy for the most part. But you only get to the strategy part of StarCraft once you're at a high MMR. Or if you're playing like a super even matchup, you can usually do some strategizing. But for the most part, anybody that you could beat with strategy, you could beat them more easily with just better execution. But yeah, professional Terran gameplay has like virtually nothing to do with actually playing Terran. Most people also forget that pro gamers know who their opponents are. And on the ladder, you don't play best of 3s either. It's like it is literally a completely different experience. And then people tell themselves that it's not, and then they look at pros and they think to themselves, "Oh, if only I was this supermodel who had a full team of people, you know, fluffing me every time before I ever went on camera, you know, I would look beautiful." And you know what? Maybe you would. Maybe you would. But the fact that you need to convince yourself that there's some other layer to this, that's where it gets a little iffy. That's where it gets iffy for me. It's like that movie, The Matrix. If you guys have ever seen it, you know, people want to fit in. They want to feel like they know what they're talking about when they talk about the game. So they just repeat what everybody else says, because even if you do know what you're talking about, if you disagree with people, you're gonna get your ass roasted. It's a vicious cycle. It's a vicious cycle. You see it a lot. You see it a lot these days. People saying shit they don't believe in at all just so that they fit in, just so they don't get ostracized. They'll say the most insane shit you've ever heard. Because their worst nightmare is being told they don't fit in with the people that they actually respect. That's it. People say all sorts of shit they don't believe in just to fit in. Doing a pretty good job holding the door here. Let's get the Viking out. Hey, we're almost there to like the final form of this strategy, so that's nice. We've held on against his numerous repeated assaults somewhat decently, if I may say so myself. And I do say so. Earliest you've maxed is 920. Yeah, I don't think about stuff like that. Who thinks about the time they're maxing out? If you want to benchmark, then you can always just go. You could benchmark replays you have, but I wouldn't try to do a benchmark like that intentionally. You'd just get better data looking at your normal games and going off of what your average max out time is there. But I can see why you would want to know. Like, I would see why you might deliberately try to reach a new level you haven't, but that's not. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Bang, bang. We're beautiful and dirty rich. Dirty rich, rich, bang, bang. All right, we gotta repair the Dragon Zord, guys. Okay. All right, our Dragon Zord build is coming to fruition, but. All right, the last thing we want to do is get abducted in an alleyway by Rita and mind controlled against our teammates. All right, that's what he's trying to do right now. So we got to be careful. Unironically, I'm not even exaggerating. That's actually what they're trying to do. I'm not. This is some advanced shit posting we're doing right now, but it's real. Oh, look at that! He just flies into it. Oh. Yeah. Looking good and feeling fine. Looking good and feeling fine. Looking good and feeling fine. Bruh. He's not having a good time. I'm going to clip that. I'm going to clip that exactly where he said bruh and just not put the rest of his words in there. See, guys? I too can edit reality can be whatever I clip it to be. But like, people always I used to always have this thing, okay? I'm going to tell you guys a story about when I was a noob at StarCraft and I was improving and learning the game. But like many others, I struggled with building supply depots. Like, I always thought that there was some trick to it. Like, oh, I just have to do a depot at this time. Or I just have to build a depot every time I start a wave of production. Or every time I look at my base, I should just always build a depot. Like, I really thought about it. And the biggest thing that ends up, like, the biggest thing is some parts of the exercise are not the exercise. Like, building supply depots is less pushing the weight, and it's more like having your feet planted on the ground. It's like having the correct posture, you know? It's a small detail that you can kind of easily overlook, but you kind of just have to reflexively do it. You just have to build depots all the time. And the more that you think about it, the more you think about building depots, the worse you're going to do building the depots. So it's like breathing. You don't want to just hold your breath and then squint and squirm as hard as you can and blow a blood vessel. That's like not building depots. But building depots is taking that time to... That's what it has to be like. That's what it has to be like. So building depots is like remembering to breathe. So if you're having a hard time building depots, you're probably hyperfixating on something, or you're thinking too hard about what you're doing. But it's another one of those muscle memory things that you'll only get good at it when you play enough games and stop thinking about depots. You just eventually will get into a habit of any time that you think you can build one, you will. And that's the correct way to do it. That's the correct way to do it, because you never want to be at supply. You want to have more supply available so you can build more stuff, but like you don't want, it's not like you're only ever giving yourself one supply worth of production as a gap either. It's totally fine to just make 2 or 3 depots anytime that you have an opportunity to do so, because you will have a hard time arguing that you're losing games because you build too many depots versus not enough. Like if you went, I promise you, if you went to a StarCraft coach and you said, Nathanias told me to just build depots every time I look at my base and have idle SCVs, and I'm at 170 out of 100 in this game and I lost because I wasn't building any units, your coach is going to be like, holy shit, put down the bong, man. You're starting from a pretty good place if you're making too many depots. Just my 2 cents. But the coach has seen the guy. The coach has seen the guy that doesn't build enough depots a million times. But it's very rare he sees the guy that builds too many. You gotta just do it like breathing.
SCV ready. Huh? Go ahead.
I just wall off all sorts of stuff too. That's one of the ways I like to do it. When I feel like I'm in a game where I can get away with it or have an opportunity to just slam, 1 or 2 in a spot and block a Reaper pit path, get a little vision at the end of your base. There's a lot of ways to use them. I'm gonna guess this is the weird barcode from earlier. I'm going to do like a 1 base all in so that we don't have any chance of getting trapped in a long game with him. Oh, hey, see, there you go. He's reading my APM off the stream, too. It's crazy. Ultra Vegeta 1. There you go. There you go. Try harder.
What's going on? SCV ready.
Yeah, the barcode kind of gives it away. Why are you mean to me? Who are you? Who? Why am I mean to who? So I am mean to no one. Seems like we're good. Seems like we're good. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was pretty funny, TBH. Next question. Come on, come on. You got something other than that. He's got something other than that next, right? He's got something other than that. Go for it. Tell me how much you hate me, bro. Sometimes I don't clean the litter box and let my wife do it when I know the cat has gone. But she did ask me to accept cats into my life, so there's some give and take. I do love her. I do love her, though. There you go. If we're doing confession, here, you know. Yeah. I know. It's true, guys. It's true. Talkative game. Oh, well, this guy's trolling. He was reading off the stream at the start of the game. He was literally reading off the stream at the beginning of the game. I'm gonna suicide these Cyclones and then leave, but... yeah, it's just a guy that wants attention, that's all. It's just somebody that wants attention. Here we go, here we go. GG. There we go. Some people, man, some people. There's people that just get on and play the game and just do that stuff all day, man. That's crazy. That really is wild. I'm out here in the open. My name is Nathan. I play under the Nathanias handle. There's no delay on my stream. There's no barcoding. None of that. All right? If you want to come up to me as a man with no face, you don't even have the balls to be yourself in front of me, and you want to try to talk to me, I'm absolutely going to laugh at you. Because what else could I do? What else could I do? Is this the same barcode? This guy's in Grandmaster League, so I think it's a different one. It could be the same guy on a different account. That is possible, but I think I queued this match fairly quickly, so I think it's a different guy. When it comes to the mentally ill, though, you know, especially people like this, that's part of the problem. If you're in a system where people enable you to have 3 computers open, you know, if somebody's got three computers open like that, then they're looking for games. There's not much you can do, but I guess that's kind of an insult towards people with actual illnesses. Yeah, those people are funny. You insulted my name, says a barcode Protoss. Yeah, exactly. Guy has no name, thinks he can ask for my time, and then he gets upset that I throw it right back at him. Weak men. What would the world be without weak men? Yo, Leonardo, what's up? What would we do without them? I do love this build, though. Our TVP has been doing really well lately. We've had some great Terran versus Protoss games. Why you wearing a mask if you got nothing to hide? You know what I mean? These barcode guys these days, man, it's giving ice. I'm not crazy about it. I'm out here playing as myself. I'm a part of the community. I'm in your neighborhood. You can see me. You don't need to like Nathan, but you can know for certain that Nathan is walking around as himself. I promise you that. I can't get any more transparent. Than being here like myself right here. I can't get any more transparent than that. All right, these guys want to wear masks and walk around and demand people's attention and respect. They can eat my ass. Oh, okay.
Ready for dust-off.
All right, just another barcode player cheesing us. Let's go next. I think he proxied us. Is there a reason people use barcodes? They just want to win more games. They don't want to be held accountable for their actions by anybody that might know who they are. That's the number one reason. And number two is it's easier to win games when your opponent doesn't know who you are. That's all. If this guy's name was Ass Eater 420, I would have loaded into the game and been like, guys, it's Ass Eater 420. He always proxy robos us, right? But instead of that, he has the same name as the other guy who wanted to talk about my wife. You know what I mean? And then these guys wonder why no one respects them. So I'm just saying. If I was playing in a tournament, he wouldn't be allowed to be a barcode. He'd have to put his name. He'd have to play as Ass Eater 420. Yo, Synapse. Hey. Yeah, there's some crazy toxic people in StarCraft. There's a whole community of them. You can tell they all wear the patch on their shoulder, the LLI. That's how they virtue signal to each other. We got TVT. every once in a while you'll see somebody with like a barcode name in other games, but it's pretty rare. I've seen like maybe 2 or 3 in League of Legends. I've seen I think I've seen 1 in Fortnite. I've seen one in Dead by Daylight. Like, it's pretty rare, but yeah. Yeah. Yo, thanks for the YouTube subs. Appreciate it. Will I ever recast in a tournament? Well, there's just not really that many tournaments that happen, honestly, right? That's like kind of the biggest problem. I think right now you've got an issue where there's really only one real premier event every year for StarCraft. So that's yeah. There used to be a league that ran the whole year called the ESL Pro Tour, and I've been a part of that every year for as long as it's run. So yeah, not every game relies on hidden strategy. Well, again, yeah. Not every game has the option to sneak a gun into a knife fight, that's essentially somebody goes into a game wanting to do a standard macro build. They're not expecting to get rushed in the beginning of the match, but the other guy hides himself with a mask, and there you go. You can't know what's going to happen until it's too late. That's what their entire culture hinges on. They love denying you the power and taking advantage of you. That's what fuels the barcode movement. And then people's hatred of them, they get off on that as well. The more people who call them out for being on barcodes, it's like owning the libs, man. They can't get enough. They'll destroy their whole lives just to see the people they don't like look upset for 2 minutes. They will literally destroy their own lives just to make people that they think they disagree with unhappy. It's incredible. When you see barcode players in League ARAM, the team with the guy always just FFs at 8 minutes in. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. Well, again, when you're the kind of person who's scared to go into a game where the other person might know your build, you're already succeeding that you have zero confidence in yourself at all. Nobody ever made a pro career in this game playing on a barcode account, guys. I'm sorry, it never happened. All right, the first time that Scarlet worked her way onto the scene, she had to win a qualifier for a tournament with a real name. Scarlet was Scarlet's notoriety, her fame in StarCraft, her run. It began because she played in an online qualifier for a tournament under her actual name, under her name, Scarlet. She didn't compete under LLI, and then we didn't find out who they were until the tournament. That's not what happened, guys. That's not the history of the game. Only a fool would try to assert that you're getting a genuine StarCraft experience when you play with no name at all. Only a fool. Or someone lying to you so that they can manipulate you. But that's, you know, that we can keep ourselves off the conspiracy rabbit holes for a few minutes today. Maybe. We'll get back there. I'll find something else insane to talk about, but not this one. No, but what they, you know, it's the same kind of thing that you see out of all the crazy, you know, it's like concern trolling. It's about being like, hey, don't your morals say that you have to be nice to me because we're in a video game online and you're the good guy, right? So you have to treat me with respect. And then they do and say horrible things, and then the moment that you call them, you know, the moment that you call the barcode guy out for his attitude, Suddenly it's a personal insult, you know? Suddenly it's a personal insult. Suddenly it's, oh, this, oh, wow, you're so mean. Oh, wow. I know I came into this game completely forfeiting the social contract of what this game actually even means in the community, but Now, you didn't realize that my whole plan the entire time was to simply tell you that your own standards should cause you to let me be horrible to you. And that's, yeah, there's a lot of those types in StarCraft, for sure. We learned about them in high school. They're like, these guys walk around with like little lashes, and they whip themselves on their back as they walk, and they talk about how pious they are because they lash themselves. Even though everybody else is like, if you love your neighbor, maybe clean up the shit in front of your yard, bro, instead of lashing yourself. But if they could learn, you know, they wouldn't be able to spin the stories they do. So here we are. Here we are. It's crazy. You bring salutations from your Epsom salt anti-inflammatory bath soak? Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. You know, it's like how the bully at your school runs his mouth forever until someone hits him in the face, and then he's suddenly a little bitch. Because the only thing that enables people like that is their belief that the rules will restrict everyone that could stop them from doing the wrong thing. That's how they operate. You won't see any shortage of those types playing games like this. There is too much ego on the line. It's all very serious. It's very, very serious. Because you can't play for fun. Because the only thing that's fun is winning. Alright? It doesn't matter how you get there. That's why everybody who plays this game, every single person map hacks. Because we all agree that winning is more important than literally anything else. And there is no cost too high for winning a game of StarCraft. There is none. Or at least, again, that's the mentality people would have you. People would have you believe you need.
Mineral field.
Bad news. Ready to plunder. Ready to plunder. SCV ready.
Find out a mineral field.
Yeah, this guy, he's looking for a long game. This guy wants some mileage out of his Nathanias match. Unfortunately for him, I'm going to push him. And since he actually has not moved anything across the map all game, not even his Reapers, I do assume that he just wants to kind of waste our time. So we're just going to go push him. I'm not playing a 40-minute TVT with a guy that doesn't cross his own side of the map. It's not happening. You got to sub or donate or something like that. If you want to play a 50-minute match against me, if you want that, like $50, we can do it. All right? You can do whatever build you want. I won't attack you until 20, but see, I just saved 15 minutes of my life there. So let's go next. Planetside 2. Well, it's like, you know, how many timers do they have to put on the map before people know how to go to Dragon when it spawns? You know what I mean? Like, how gentle do you need to be with it? How gentle do you need to be? How assertive can you be? How aggressive can you be? No one wants to be told what to do, but also they don't want to feel embarrassed like they didn't realize Dragon was up either. So it's like, what's the appropriate amount to nudge someone when Dragon spawns? Is it enough to just play a cool sound effect? Is it enough to be able to check that it's up when you hold tab? Or does the announcer need to say, Dragon has spawned? Does it need to be that in your face? All good questions. All good questions. You don't want the player to feel like they have to have their hand held, because then you hurt their ego, but you also don't want them to make any mistakes or forget it, because that would also hurt their ego. So it's like, you're tucked between a rock and a hard place sometimes. You're tucked between a rock and a hard place. We need League voice chat. They have that. You can join. You can join it there. But yeah. Do you plan to stream ranked with delay? Maybe. Nah. Dude, the StarCraft stuff's been doing great, man. My stream is doing great. The YouTube is doing great. I am just going to keep doing what I am doing, and I am not really planning on making any changes. I'm pretty happy with things. I'm happy with my setup. I'm happy with the stream layout. I'm happy with the way the VODs and the videos look. All I want to do is come on here, aura farm, expand, you know, expand the pride, whatever it is, absorb more people into the walls, whatever lingo we're going with, and that's it. That is it. It is good times, though. Things haven't been this good. Things haven't been this good streaming StarCraft for me in, like, probably 3 years, I'd say. Feels like I'm feeling some 2022 energy a little bit. Except Blizzard is back, right? They've been gone for 5 years, so it's even better than that. StarCraft is closer to 2019 than it's been in a long time. I am just enjoying myself. I've got my stream to the perfect place where the super hardcore people tune in. They see the unranked. They see me enjoying myself. They don't come into my chat to try and argue with me. They just leave. It's beautiful. It's everything I could have ever wanted. It's everything I could have ever wanted. Blizzard came back from getting milk. That's right. That's right. They got you that fair life you love so much. 2%, baby. Ha! Diggity dog! This place is magnificent!
Command center upgrade complete.
It did seem like a pool first. Is this the barcode that nightist me? This might be the nightist guy. If he nightist me, I think I'll lose because I'm gonna go Hellion, Viking, into Banshee. But I'm just letting you guys know that. I didn't really think about it. But this could be the same barcode that cheesed me. If he does just want to cheese me again and wants the game to be over. If he wants the game to be over very quickly, then, you know, that's just going to be the way that it goes probably. So. That's okay. I mean, we did see that coming, so. I cannot learn how they do that. Yeah, exactly. Can't argue, Nate. Like the hard ass I tell myself I am. Exactly, exactly. Well, the thing is, like, unhinged people and, like, elitists and bigots and all those types, they can't stop themselves. That's, like, the best thing about them, truthfully. It's impossible for them to lie or hide it. Like, they just have to be like that as often as possible. Even as an asshole myself, like, I'm doing it right now. You know, I can't hide it. But at the very least, I'm willing to tell you that I own it. I don't think we cross any lines here. I just don't deal with people's shit, you know? The only thing I don't tolerate is intolerance, okay? Because that's how those people turn the system against everybody else and ruin our fucking lives. So I don't play those games. Barcode wants to come up and mansplain to me, I'm going to tell him how dumb he looks. Because that is, you know, the only thing that hurts these guys is not being taken seriously. You got 600,000 in your game, nothing worries you anymore? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You made me think of the Pirates of the Caribbean ship, Paul. Davy Jones, part of the ship, part of the crew. Exactly, exactly. If StarCraft 2 is the Black Pearl, then the barcodes are like, you know, they're the chum we gotta scrub off the bottom of the ship. You guys ever see that sports movie with Keanu Reeves, The Replacements? All right, you know how the beginning of the movie, he's scraping all the whatever it is, all that shit off the bottom of the boat. That's what we're doing. In many ways, that's what we're doing out here. Every game we play against a barcode is a game that somebody else might not play against a barcode. So counts for my charitable hours. Get me the ball.
It's time to kick things off.
Yeah, if they ever made ranked worth playing again, I'd probably check it out. But there's no difference between it and unranked, so. I gotta keep the temperature down here, guys. I gotta keep the temperature down here, okay? I don't want people trying to be my dad to tell me how to play or what to do when I'm playing the game. So we gotta establish the stakes. They are low. We're here to enjoy StarCraft. If you're here for any other reason than to have a good time, you're in the wrong place. Even if you just want to laugh at me, that still counts. You're good. You're in the right place there. You don't have to all be on my side. You don't have to all agree with me. I just want to be able to have some human interactions, if that's not too much to ask for. And I understand that it may be too much to ask for. It may be. It may be. You love Gene Hackman? Hell yeah. Oh my god. Ah. He's Whitey. What does that mean? What does that mean? He's Whitey. The steaks are at medium rare, dude. Hell yeah. Oh my god. Bro, I haven't had a steak in so long. I haven't had a good medium rare filet mignon, and feels like probably not since probably not since my birthday. It's been a bit. Beef ain't cheap these days. So on the 3-player map, we've got a TVP. I'll be able to hopefully use the Reaper to find him, scout him out.
Command center upgrade complete.
Grim Reaper has arrived. Fear the Reaper, man. SCV ready. Done. All right.
One of my favorite things about when I used to compete, when I actually was competing in StarCraft, one of my favorite things, and one of the reasons why I loved competing so much, was actually just that. It was the fact that when I would sign up on a Playhem bracket, you would know who the other guy was. You could always look at their match history before you got into the lobby and played the game. Like, there was always some level of ability to know a little bit more than nothing about your opponent. And true professional StarCraft players, they all know each other. There are no players who qualify for these events or make top 16 that no one's ever heard of anymore. It doesn't happen. So, if you want the pro experience, then knowing who your opponent is actually much more. It's much more of an authentic competitive StarCraft experience to have both players named. Playing as a barcode is simulating playing someone for the first time ever, which is like the most antithetical to StarCraft competition it could actually be, because at no point has any premier tournament ever run on such a principle. Like, maybe there was once a tournament with player identities that attempted to be hidden, but the problem is you still knew that even if the names were all blocked, you still know who's playing. You still know. You're like, you play a Protoss, you're like, there's 5 Protoss in this tournament. Or you're like, there's only 5 pro level Protosses that I could be up against since I'm at this caliber. Like, unless the tournament was picking wildly mismatched players for no real reason at all, just by the nature of being invited to the tournament, you would know that you're playing against people that you would be playing against in a real tournament anyway. And that's the kind of thing that people just don't understand. But it's what makes pro StarCraft so good. And it's one of the reasons why the ladder sucks. It's the worst thing about playing ladder. It's the worst thing. It's the worst thing about playing ladder is that it is so far from what the actual competitive experience looks like. I played in so many MLGs. I played in hundreds of online cups. Professional, like actual competitive StarCraft is nothing like the ladder. I have never been in a StarCraft tournament where I had to play a guy that I couldn't look at his profile or see his name before the match, and I had to play a best of 1 either. Every tournament I've ever played has been best of 3. Unless it was like a team league. Like I played for USA in Nation Wars once. Like I did that, and it was but that was like technically it was still a best of 7. I just only played one of the matches. But I've never played a tournament where it's like, Nathan, you're going to be playing against some guy masked as a barcode, and everybody is going to watch you, and that's it. And everybody watching will only know who you are and not the other guy. Like, no, that's never happened. It's not a thing. It's not a thing at all. So. That's those are the kind of silly things, you know. It's just never happened. So with all of that in mind, all of that is really just to say, barcodes, they live off of cope. They live off of cope and lying to you about their double standard of doing it for competitive reasons, because they're all lying. Yeah, my uncle works at Nintendo. But yeah, the barcodes are so ashamed of themselves, they don't even want to risk losing under their own name. More or less.
Command Center 2.0 ready to go.
Fresh cheese. Yeah. Cyclone drop? Is a Cyclone drop cheese now? I love that build though. I get to be active in the beginning of the game. I get to be active in the middle of the game. I've really just been trying to find ways to be out on the map doing stuff all match. Most Terran players just turtle now against me. People don't even go out on the map because of what I've been doing. Most Terrans won't move out of their base. Protoss players, they're learning. Like I'm breaking them. The Protoss players are like the wild horses of StarCraft at this point. I'm kind of just breaking them in. They're slowly realizing, like, oh, I can just go stalkers. I can just run out and gallop into the field, and it's like, no, no, no. So they're learning. It takes a little bit of time. It takes a little bit of time for them to catch up. Your dad works at Blizzard and you worked there for 7 years. Keepo. My favorite story about people who get banned from StarCraft, when I was working with the team over there, there was a guy, he actually used to snipe me too. He sniped basically everybody. I don't think I've heard of this particular player in a long time, but he was a Terran, and he would always he would map hack like crazy. And one time I asked a guy at Blizzard when I was at the headquarters, I was just like, have you guys heard of this dude? You know, I see that his accounts get banned, but he's got a new one with the same name like that week. And they were like, yeah, he buys a new copy of the game every time. He spent like $2,000 on StarCraft copies. They're like, we can't do anything until he does something on the new account. They're like, it's against company policy for us to retroactively ban every time this guy buys a new copy of the game, because he's making new Battle.net accounts every time he does it. But he literally was paying $60 every time he got banned. He just didn't give a shit. Like some of the stuff back in the day, man, that was wild. What people would do to grief and troll, like legendary. But they're like, everybody here actually knows who that guy is. They're like, we all know him by name because we've had to deal with so many reports from him. But they're like, the company doesn't give us any ability to like do anything other than ban him when he makes his new account and then cheats on that one. So they're like, sometimes he would get banned and buy a new copy like 3 or 4 times in one day. And at that point, it's like, what can you do? What can you do? All you can do is wait for the guy to do it again and ban him. But there's no winning. There's no winning that war. Yeah, exactly. And they were like, yeah. They're like, well, you know what? Our revenue team, our accounting team loves him. They're like, this guy. They're like, this is actually a pretty good way for us to make money. Is off of people just getting banned and rebuying accounts. Yeah. Guy literally spent thousands of dollars buying $60 copies of Wings of Liberty just to map hack and stream snipe people and just fuck with people. Now, is he one of those guys who took it all out on a credit card and, you know, maybe he was unhinged? I don't know about that, but that's it's some dedication. Some dedication. Any new Lou stories? No. No, Lou's been pretty good. Lou's been pretty good recently. No, he's been good. Lou and Kiki have both been good. They both been pretty good, actually. I don't have much to report. Lou is he's like downstairs. Lou is downstairs. He usually just sleeps by the door until Katie gets home from work, so I expect him to probably be doing that for a while. He doesn't come up here until he thinks the stream is over, but he knows the mannerisms and like the way that I say when the stream is over. So if I like put my hands together and raise my voice and I put a little more energy and I go, "Thanks guys, it's been a great night," then he'll run up here and start wagging his tail and he'll be like, "Dad's done." But otherwise, he just He's at the door downstairs. He's just waiting. He's waiting for his mama. He's waiting for his mama. Yeah, Goldens are smart. Goldens are smart. But as soon as I say thank you everybody so much for hanging out with me tonight, I really appreciate it. It's been a great stream. Like just me saying, he might come up from that, but I'm saying it kind of quietly still. But yeah, he's sharp. He's sharp. Goldens. Do we do poop reports? No. Lou's healthy. We don't. I don't. I told Lewis. I said you're gonna have. I'm gonna give you all the comforts that I possibly can, but I am not gonna be feeding you junk food or human food, and you are gonna have a long healthy life, you bastard. But there's usually nothing to report because he doesn't get into, and there's nothing for him to get into really. The last time he got into something, I'll tell you a mini story. Our neighbors, our next door neighbors, there's some college kids. They made us brownies as like a welcome gift when we moved in next to them. And Lewis did, he stole a brownie. He was totally fine, but he threw up. That's it. That's like the worst thing that's happened. And it was like Betty Crocker, so there was no actual chocolate in it either. So he was, it was, that's. And then the last incident before that was maybe a year and a half ago. He ate a whole entire pizza. Katie brought a pizza home on her way home from work, like way back. She was at her way old job. And Katie and I literally went to take the trash out together when she got home from work. Because she brought in some stuff that we were unpacking, basically, and we had some cardboard boxes. We set a pizza box down on top of the oven, and I shit you not, we go downstairs, I hold the dumpster lid open, Katie throws the stuff in, we go back upstairs, the pizza box is upside down on the floor, and there's only one slice left in it. And let me tell you, yeah, Lou made a big mess then. That's probably it. That's probably the limit of it there. He ate a whole entire pizza, and he swallowed it whole. He didn't even chew it. So, if you guys wanted to be grossed out a little bit today, there you go.
What's going on?
Dude, dog inhaled an entire pizza in 3 minutes while we were out taking the trash. He absolutely was not going to miss his chance. He absolutely was not going to miss his chance. Katie, we were actually both pretty upset because it was like our favorite pizza place that was by her old job, but it was like by there, down in Snohomish. So it's not the kind of place we'd ever just go to. So we were pretty tilted because we were obviously excited about having that pizza. But you know, that's really it. That's like the last time he really got us. That's like the last time that he really got us anyway. Do you guys think he types the alt code every game, or does he have one of those like hotkeys on his keyboard? He types it for him. But we're pretty good. We're pretty good about not giving him stuff he shouldn't have, and we're pretty good about the only, like, I'll occasionally give him a tiny bite of something super clean if it's not salted or oiled. If we're Nathan likes to eat plain ass bread, you know. I'm pretty sure dogs have had to have tiny bits of that over the existence of mankind. So I might have torn off like half a centimeter of my tortilla. But I'm actually the one who's weirdly paranoid about that kind of stuff, so I don't like that. Yeah, he loves his bread. Hey Zach, welcome to the stream. Is Cyclone dropped the new standard for TVT? I don't think so. I just do it because I like getting out on the map. That's really it. That's really it. It also makes it really easy when I'm playing against people that just turtle in their base. Like, it gives me a very quick, like, oh, hey, this guy's just sitting in his base with all of his stuff, you know? So it helps inform me when I'm streaming as to, like, whether I'm going to actually go into a long game. I vet everybody I play against before I play, like, a 20-minute match. Because there are, sometimes I just get griefed. Like, people queue up with the intention of drawing it out. And anytime I, like, get a whiff of that, I always just push the game to end as soon as possible. Or when people, like, talk to me too much or anything like that, so. I just like playing the game. I like playing the game. If you want to talk to me, you should come into my stream and come hang out. All right. That's it's much preferred for me. But I do love the Cyclone drop. I love it in TVT. I love it in TVP. It gives you early Cyclones to defend shenanigans, but it also gives you the starport in case you need something from there, and it's just a very clean transition into whatever it is that you do after. If it's gonna be Banshees or a reactor, like in TVT, I build the reactor on the starport as soon as the medevac's done, and then against Protoss, I build the tech lab as soon as it's done. So it's like a read option based on the matchup. I could go into Vikings, or I can go into Banshees or Ravens, hypothetically, like pretty easily. One of the biggest things about the strategies that I like to do is, you know, you try to stay flexible. Always give yourself the option to change your mind. I try not to drive off of any cliffs. Until I see they're a barcode and they want to play a 40-minute game, then I'm absolutely pedal to the metal. I'm Bonnie and Clyde that bitch. It's also fun too, because over the years, you know, people, especially being like a popular personality in StarCraft, I've obviously been criticized a lot for my play styles because I don't do what everybody else does. So it's something that always got brought up over the years, just because I play differently than other people. So I think it's a fun way to challenge people's expectations of me when they come to watch my content, that they likely do expect me to play very slow, passive, boring games. So I just get off on doing this shit, and people up having their minds blown that, you know, I've been a top player in this game for like 10 years, so it's not super surprising to me, but I do understand that sometimes people want to see more exciting builds. So in that regard, I can give that. I can give that. But, like, I delayed his blink, right? Even if he was going straight for blink, I bought myself a little bit of time there. If he was going to do charge, I bought myself a little bit of time. Whatever it was, I managed to delay him. I depowered his Twilight Council. He only got it repowered up right as I was actually exiting his base. So while losing a Cyclone isn't necessarily fun for Nathan, I can definitely say that I don't feel like it was a total loss either.
Engine screaming.
But he knows about the Banshees, so he's going to probably turtle up really hard now. And this is the opportunity for us to expand our economy. Like, that's what we do now. I don't think we'll be able to do too much else, so I think we just poke. I don't know if he actually has detection or not, so he might just be relying on the photon cannons. Nice. So he did build an observer finally.
Research complete.
I got my ears on.
Ready to go. SCV ready.
Now what?
Target is Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you keep scouting. See, this person, they work hard for me. They put a lot of effort in. I respect that. I appreciate that.
Waiting on you.
Like, you can tell this guy, he loves that he gets to play games with me. You know, you can just see it in the way that he plays. He's super cautious, super careful, but he's always very polite. Always hits you with the heart at the start, you know what I mean? And look how closely he's paying attention, too. Even though he knows he can't really go out on the map and try to hit me anymore, he's still there, and I do love that. I do.
What's going on? SCV ready. Gotcha.
Receiving.
Add-ons finished.
Go ahead.
But yeah, you see, he's got all his stuff at home. He is just gonna turtle until he feels that it's safe for him to go outside of his base.
Research is ready. Your add-on is complete.
So we'll make a few Liberators, and I'll just try to go faster into BCs this game, since maybe this is the way to do it. Maybe we get them to turtle like this, and then we go into battle cruisers, and we're able to get a little more work, you know? Oh, there we see that? I moved the depot over there, and all of a sudden these zealots show up. Do you guys think there's an observer here? No, he doesn't have any vision here, so. Even though I didn't go for the base, and I just put it off to the side, he still went straight to it with no vision, so. That's the kind of people we play against on our stream. That's why he opens the game with the heart. Now he's going to come back out.
Research complete.
No. Receiving.
Add-on done. Swarm away.
Yeah, see, he's just gonna turtle and go shut down any fourth base. That's it. I think this guy basically is telling himself that as long as I don't get a fourth base, there's no way I'll get enough economy to be able to win an actual fight against him. That's why there's no scout units on the map. That's why he just he's doing the meme thing with a bunch of different Phoenix. He's really being deliberate about it, but he's also at the same time just sitting in his base, just waiting for me to try to take a fourth or go out on the map. That's what we're getting here.
Weapons hot. Right. Roger.
Speak up! Ah! Who called in the fleet?
Upgrade ready.
My ears on.
Moist.
Let's see. Does he have anything here? Is he at least pretending? Okay, he pulled off the tower.
Call the ball.
I know the tower can see the base, but it was really the depot down here that gave it away. Let's see. Does he have anything in that side?
My ears on. All of that.
Big job.
Mayday. Mayday.
Your base is
Yeah, this is just gonna be bait.
What's going on?
your CVs didn't sign up to fight.
Yeah, he didn't have anything here, and then I clicked, and now there's a zealot, right? You guys see what we're dealing with. You guys see what we're dealing with.
Got no.
SCV ready. Oh, really?
Upgrade combined out of mineral field. Good thing you've got more of those, right?
In the rear with the... Who called in the fleet? Patching you through.
I don't know why people do this, but
Your command center's got some new toys.
they get something out of it. Oh yeah, he's got the Tempest already. Hell yeah. Bro's like, I've had this stream up since you started, dog. Yeah, alright, well, there you go. A guy who literally just sits in his base staring at us, waiting for us to leave our base so he can hard counter us. Incredible. Incredible. Thank you, Lord Callion, for the sub. Appreciate it. Some guys have all the luck, huh? This gives me time to set my auto battle. You want to do mushrooms and play Protoss? Godspeed, man. I can't imagine what that'd be like with those laser beams. I've never done mushrooms, but every television show I've seen where someone does, things get weird. Thanks for hanging out with me, guys. I hope you're having a nice Monday night. Just chilling, just playing some SC2, having a little giggle. All right, we got TVZ. Anything over 8 is probably excessive in your experience.
What's going on?
Good to know. I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind.
In the rear, huh?
All right, TVZ.
Let's go. Ben? Ah! You scared me. SCV ready. Bad news. Go ahead. What?
We'll bring the aggro this time.
SCV ready. Go ahead. SCV ready. Be in the rear with the gear. SCV ready. Let's go. Be in the rear. Be in the rear. SCV ready. Bad news. Let's go.
I love this 2 Rax Reaper build versus Zerg, though. We can put on so much pressure. And it also gives us a free win against the people who rush Lair, too. Not a bad side effect.
Go ahead. Big job, huh?
Command center up.
I kind of have. I'm like thinking through iterations on the wall. That's probably my main focus when I'm playing TVZ at the moment. I really feel like if I refine my execution on this build, I could do even better than I already am. Like the 4 command center thing is actually kind of imba, because it just baits people into all-inning me, right? Yo, nice watch streak, guys. Nice watch streak, Donnie. Perfect. See, check this, right? Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're pod racing. Because I should use the 3rd CC as part of the wall. Like, that's actually, I think, kind of important.
What's going on?
I don't know if that's a true wall, but I'll test it in a sec. Okay, good. All right. Now we macro up.
What's going on? SCV ready. Big job.
This would be a tough Bane bust.
This better be good.
Command center 2.0 ready to go.
SCV ready. Got something. SCV ready. You want a piece of me, boy? SCV ready. Overtime. Go ahead. SCV ready.
I'm like, where does the engineering bay go? Maybe this spot. It becomes less of a movable wall, but basically we take the 3rd base, and then once we are able to move out, then we can get into a slightly better spot. It's kind of what my thought process is.
What's going on? SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready. What's going on? SCV ready.
Lair is on the way. Look, he's already got spores. He already built spore crawlers, guys. He does care. He does want to win. Look at that. See? The Nathanias tax. He paid the Nathanias tax. We'd love to see that, don't we? We'd love to see that. So now we've got a giga economy. Not a gig economy, giga.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Got something for me. SCV ready. SCV ready.
All right, he could definitely be going mutas though. So
Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready.
I don't know if I like that spot.
You scared me. SCV ready. Done. Run! Fair enough. Get. SCV ready. All right. SCV ready. SCV ready. I'm ready to raise some hell. Bad news.
Add-ons finished.
Liberation is at hand. Blood plan is locked.
This better be good.
Incoming order.
Daylight first. In the rear with the gear. Moving. Cat from above.
Let me see the baby. Sorry, I was watching some Herschel edits on TikTok earlier. I don't know about you guys, but Herschel was obviously the most goated. I think we can all agree.
Standing by.
SCV ready.
Oh, wow.
Liberation is at
Beautiful.
What's going on?
reporting for action.
Find out some of the
Reporting for action.
Ready to raise some hell.
add-ons finished. You mined out a mineral field. Good thing you've got more of them. Your research has concluded.
Attention.
Upgrade ready. Moist.
Yes, sir. Got freedom? As you say.
You've depleted that mineral field.
Initiate. How can we help? Ah, Commander. We read you. We have you on screen.
Cat from above.
Got it. Fire! We're returning fire.
Zord is here.
Perfect. Moving into position. Initiating. As you said. Yes, sir.
I got one more drone. Let me hear you say one more. One more. We could probably squeeze another command center or two in the budget. That one might be a little too close to the wall. I don't want to block any of my Thors.
Reporting for action. Liberation is at hand.
Bad news? What's going on? Yes, sir. Ah! Light it up.
Need something delivered.
Raise some hell.
Mm.
Yep. Ready to raise some hell. What's going on?
Research is ready.
We're gonna go kill him in a sec.
It's here.
Just gotta get some SCVs to repair at this point, and that's pretty much it. I think we're good to go. Whoop whoop.
Reporting for action.
You mined out some of your minerals.
Hey, hey, Nate. Yo, yo, yo. Welcome to the stream, fam. Appreciate it.
Ready for action. Yep.
Yeah.
How can we help?
Mined out a mineral field. Good thing you've got more.
You getting ready to base trade me, brah?
Sweet.
Yeah, I'm just gonna dip.
Liberation is at
I think we did plenty.
What's going on?
We've exhausted that Vespine guy. SCVs didn't sign up to fight.
Ah, yes. Only you.
Command center upgrade complete.
Now the final step here, if he really doesn't want to build any air units to deal with this, I can go into
reporting for action.
what I think I'll end up having to do is going into. He's just relying on his parasitic bomb basically to give him the advantage that he's looking for in this match.
Upgrade ready.
So the idea here is that we just don't, you just don't make it that easy for him. That's all. That's it. That's his whole game plan, right? It's just parasitic bomb. Target the Ravagers if you can, please. Thank you. No idea what I should do against that. That's the game, man. That's StarCraft. That's strategy, bro. One day, you'll develop your strategy and you'll have plans for situations like this. That's the game. That's what RTS is. GG. Hey, Chiron. Hola, soy Protoss. You're Protoss amigo. Well met, well met. It had been started to appear your YouTube short. The vertical StarCraft videos are very strange for me. Dude, they're doing so well, though. I love it, man. I love it. I mean, I consume a lot of vertical content, so for me, it's like I already knew that this was good stuff that people kind of have interest in, but you know, we got to bring StarCraft to people in my generation or the people the next one after, right? We got to get those late 90s people in here, early 2000s. Okay? I'm not I'm not shy about that. We got to make sure we're putting on a quality modern show for the discerning, tasteful gentleman or gentle lady. Although according to my YouTube stats, there are no women who watch any of my content. So, in case you were curious. I understand your point, but I need to see the minimap. Yeah, the minimap is there, bro. The minimap is there. My overlay shows the minimap and resources, even on the vertical stuff. I think that's actually why people are enjoying it and watching it. I think I have a pretty good overlay. I think I do. Yeah. Have you carefully looked at it? I worked really hard on it. I even got the resources. Dude, I did a Luma key. I've never done a Luma key before, but I Luma keyed out the resources from the top right to try and make them transparent, just so I could have the resources be more visible on the screen and less noisy. But I worked really hard. I worked really hard on that vertical layout. I promise, if there was something like the minimap missing, that would have been the first thing I did. In fact, I didn't even want to start doing it until I fixed that myself. That was the first thing I knew we needed before I could even do it in the beginning. But the minimap is there. The resources are there. We're against a random player. So I'm going to go CC first this game. I'm just going to go command center first. Best overlay. I actually did look at it. It was noticed. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. That makes me feel happy. But yeah, I mean, I could hypothetically try to make the minimap larger, but I only thing I'm going to say is that based on the size of the window of the game that I have access to, that I'm putting on the stream, that I do believe I've actually made the minimap look larger than it would compared to the rest of the game size. So I could blow it up more, but I also don't, yeah, I just don't know. I don't know. There's usually one guy who's like, Nathan, I just want to see the minimap in giant. I want to see a huge minimap because all I do is stream snipe you, and it's really hard to see your banshees on the mobile overlay. And I'm like, yeah, I get that. But otherwise, it's not super common. You're on an iPhone 13 mini. Yeah, see, I think we've determined the source of the issue with seeing the minimap on the stream. You may have struggled to see it even in the normal overlay, but I understand the widescreen format might give you that expanded view, so that actually does make a lick of sense. Probably just a mobile problem, but you don't see the resources, which you yourself don't care about. Yeah, the resources are right under the game. they might, if it's too soft or if it's not readable, then I can always adjust it. The thing is, like, making it so that it doesn't have the game behind it is kind of a tricky thing to do from like a technical CGI perspective. So that was kind of where I started, where I was like, separate it from there. But if you guys think that the text being a little brighter or darker, or maybe I should just put a background behind it, some sort of little black scene or something, like, I've messed with a few things like that, so I could do that, but I didn't really think any of them looked good, so I settled on where it is now. But oh, okay, he's cheesing us. He's a random player. He proxied us. That's the way it goes. I'm gonna let him queue up for another match since he's not interested in playing with us. Well, I'm gonna hope he gets into another game very soon. But yeah, you're watching in mobile. But yeah, the resources are under the minimap. Like, it's just in text, like right underneath. It's in the clouds. What's your usual strat versus randos? Well, playing versus random, it's like, you know, the reality is it's not possible to scout them fast enough. Like, this is maybe one of the biggest things that people don't really get about high-level StarCraft. But let me show you something, right? So let's say that he builds his first pylon, right, at like 14, 15. Technically, I can't really show you what I'm talking about because he got Protoss. But let me see if I can find a game in my match history where I got proxy reapered. Let me see. Did this guy proxy me? So anyway, I'm just going to use this as an example. But okay, if you guys look here, look at this match that I played earlier that I lost to Terran to. So I went gas first. My barracks started at 46 seconds. My opponent's barracks started at 42 seconds. Now, here's the interesting thing. For TVT, at least the way that I play it and the way that most people play it, you have to do this double gas thing. Like, you have to. You really do. So, in this game, right, I build my refinery at 31 seconds. Do you know what I mean? I built my refinery at 31 seconds. Like, that's how fast it needs to be to deal with Proxy Reaper. So let's just go back into this replay. And I'm just going to show you. I'll pause it at 0 seconds, and we're just gonna start. I'm gonna just demonstrate very quickly why I don't waste my time worrying about random players. Because even if the game started, right? Look at the clock, all right? Just look at the clock. If I send an SCV straight to his base immediately at the beginning of the game, just look at the clock and look at what time he arrives. And remember that, again, for a gas first build in TVT, my refinery starts at 30 seconds. At 31 seconds was the latest that I built it. So let's just see, where is the SCV at 31 seconds? I'm outside of his natural. So I would need to have the gas started and be at his base already by the time that I got there to know whether or not I didn't need to build the gas. And then I'm in his base at like 40 seconds, 44 seconds. So that's kind of, you know, I really don't know how to get that across to people. I feel like I argue with people in chat a lot about playing versus random players. Sometimes I think the guy in chat might be the random player just messing with me because there's no good answer, right? If I'm playing a Terran versus Terran, I have to go gas first. And I'm not sending out an SCV before I even build one. Like, that's a huge hit to my economy. The last thing that I would want to do is send an SCV out and start the game with 11 workers. I want to make an SCV or two or start my depot at least. And if I did that, then I don't scout him until like 55 seconds. So if the only way to defend a Proxy Reaper is to go gas first at the 31 second mark, then it is impossible for me to do that, right? And scout my opponent before that time. It's physically impossible. I can't be at his base before the 30-second mark. It's not possible. So I hope that made it clear. This might sound kind of awkward and flustered, and that's because it is. I don't have a good answer for you guys. Random players, I just do a random build. I usually do a gas first build, or I go command center first, but I don't worry about it. You have to remember, The ladder is nothing at all like actual competitive StarCraft. Sometimes you just get served shit and they expect you to eat it. But if the restaurant serves me shit, I'm not eating it just to make them feel better about it, you know? That's not going to happen. If you want to put me against random players, if you want to play random against me, then you just have to accept that I'm not going to stress over what race you are. I'm not thinking about it. I'm not worried about it. The worst thing that I, Nathan Fabricant, could do right now is crash out on my stream about getting cheesed or something like that. Like, that is the worst thing I could do. I don't really feel like I'm close to that. I'm not going to do that. But if I let myself get emotionally invested in situations I don't have control over, then I think that I'll have it, you know, an adverse emotional reaction. I can't put my emotions in the hands of other people. I would love to trust ladder guy to not cheese me just because he got random, but there's nothing I can do about that. It's like if somebody cuts you off on the road. Are you going to try and hit his tire with yours so you can both blow yourselves up in the middle of the freeway? No, that's like a really dumb thing to do. So I try to take that similar mindset into StarCraft. Like just because somebody wants to run me off the road and has road rage or ladder rage, it doesn't mean that I have to. That's all. Thank you, Hayes PNW, for the follow. Thank you. That PNW Hayes. Hell yeah. Getting mad at a video game is totally the same as vehicular homicide. You get it. You get it. Ugh. Finally, somebody understands me. Yeah, just because someone cuts you off, you don't got to let it ruin your whole day, okay? You just got to accept that there are people who do that, and there's nothing you can do about it. It just happens.
In the rear. Go SCV ready. We hear you. Huh? Yep.
Oh, okay. Look at that. He's got a cute little pylon.
What's going on?
Okay. There's nothing I can do about that, right? I just gotta deal with it. I'll try to kill the pylon and then maybe block this with an engineering bay when it's dead. I think there's a non-zero chance. Like sometimes people will try and take advantage of you and go for stuff like a big attack off of the back of this at the beginning of the game. But I just like to think of it as he donated 100 minerals to us. He donated 100 minerals to us. I think that he was maybe just hoping that this would like stress us out or something. If you take the game too seriously, something like this could tilt you, you know? Instead, I just say, thank you for the 100 minerals. Thank you. Actually, you know, I don't even need to do that. Well, actually, now that I think about it, it's never bad to have an engineering bay versus Protoss. Yeah, I won't cancel it. We're good. Everything's okay, guys. Everything's okay.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
That is a common thing that Protoss players will do when they are doing like the proxy second gateway strategy. They build their first one in their main, they send the probe out, they immediately build a second gateway outside of your base, and then that pylon, the bait pylon, becomes a real pylon, and you're like, if you don't take it seriously, have I played games against In Control where he would come up and put 3 batteries under there on me? Oh, yes, for sure. But like most Protoss players, most of the time, you're not going to end up in that situation. So not every Protoss player is brave enough to try and build shield batteries in your main. So he could have, which is why I kept the SCV on the probe, because I wanted to know where it was going. I did. I wanted to know where it was headed. But everything ended up being fine.
Now what?
I'm listening.
Ready for pickup?
Yeah, you want the medevac, I know.
Research has concluded.
That's because you think you deserve things that you don't.
Here's your stop.
SCV ready.
In the pipe, 5x5.
Yeah, playing cool is a real skill. I mean, there are so many things that I didn't know. Like, I'll tell you what, guys. This is a little bit less related to StarCraft and a little bit more Nathan's personal journey. But as many of you know, I used to be someone that would get really worked up playing these games, and especially on stream. I always tried to ham it up for people watching. But something that has helped me get to a better, more calm place, one of the biggest things that I've done in the last, especially the last year or two, last 2 years, is focus on, like, breathing, you know? It's a really easy thing to forget. It's a really easy thing to forget to do. It's a really easy thing. But if you just prioritize getting a deep breath through your nose as regularly as you can remember to do it, man. See, I imagine those people that had, like, 2 parents raise them. They never have to think about stuff like that. But if you live your life as an anxious mess at any point, then you're probably in that demo. Damn. He went straight for it. GG. But, like, learning to just keep that going, right? Everything that you're doing is while the rest of your system is running, and you don't want to do that. You actually don't want to do that thing where you hold your breath and super focus, because you're just, you know, you're basically just burning both ends of your candle, and the moment that you stop to take that breath after you reset is like, oh, it's actually horrible for you. So, and that was, like, the only way that I used to ever play StarCraft. So just taking that time to, you know, trust yourself and just play the game. Just gotta play the game, man. Not think so much about it. I guess that's why StarCraft players get angry, though, right? It's because they're always thinking about, I gotta win, my MMR. Oh, my landlord's about to check my MMR, and my rent goes up $300 if I don't win every game I play today. You know, can be stressful. But thankfully, I'm not in that situation. So I actually don't need to win games of StarCraft to be okay. So I did it. I can just come on here, do all the meme builds I want, play some great games, do different strategies nobody else does, and people will come watch and hang out, even if I get on and lose 10 games in a row. And that is fucking amazing. And that's all thanks to you. Thank you. I try to make good plays. I want this show to be worth watching. Don't get me twisted. But if it wasn't for you guys, I don't get to do any of that, you know? Everybody could have given up. Everybody could have given up and left when Nathan came back and was just a happy, chill guy talking about his dog and Saw movies. But it's nice. It's nice to know that not everybody wanted me to be miserable all the time. So I do appreciate that. You guys are great. I thought this guy was a Terran player. I played a TVT against this Patches guy the other day, but I guess he switched races. He gave up on Terran, guys. He gave up on Terran. He's a Protoss player now. He's done. No more. Some people can't handle playing Terran. It is tough.
Command Center 2.0 ready to go.
There it is. And there it is, guys. Le cheese. I won't waste my time with this guy. Let's just go next. That's just another Protoss trying to end the game as fast as possible. Let's just see. How many games has he played today? Is he just getting on and cheesing everyone? No, he hasn't played in hours. He hasn't played in hours, guys. He just queued against us. That's good to know. That's good to know. Let's go next. All right, we have the random guy again. So I'll do my TVT build since he cheesed us before. We'll just one base him. We'll just one base all in him and see how it does against his one base all in. That's the plan.
What's going? What's going on? SCV ready.
Fab, you see that gas started? I started my gas at 29 seconds this game. You guys remember where the SCV was at 29 seconds on this map? Like up here.
Yes, sir. Huh? What's going on? SCV ready. Yep.
Oh, there we go. He revealed himself. That's nice.
Man in the rear. What's going? SCV ready.
Yeah, we're just going to two-factory SCV Cyclone all in him. That's all. He's probably chrono boosting out a Zealot towards us right now anyway. So I think we know what's happening.
Huh? Big job. What's going on? SCV ready. Man in the rear with the gear. What's going? SCV ready. Huh? Ah! You scared me. You're the boss. Go, go, go. Huh? This better be good. Orders received.
Command Center 2.0 ready to go.
Roger. Huh? Man in the rear with who wants some? That's man
Add on done.
in the rear with the gear. SCV ready.
We'll just see if he's got anything out here.
Bad news. What's going?
Looks clear outside of our base.
Man in the rear with the gear.
Add-ons finished.
And we'll pull the boys at three Cyclones. It's the number. The magic number.
Man in the rear. What's going? SCV ready.
All right.
SCV ready.
Channel's clear. Got a target. Show me who. Channel's
Let's get it.
Ready.
system go.
Base is under siege.
Mm-hmm. Look at that. No GG either. When he cheesed me, I GG'd him. Just, you know, I'm saying. Just putting that out there. I guess he can dish it, but he can't take it. I wonder if there's like some crazy way you could configure your operating system so like only the you did have a proxy too, so that like only the 1 or 2 keys that I use for rapid fire have the crazy repeat delay, and there's like a somewhat normal repeat delay for the keys I use for production, you know? I've thought about that. I love the hypersensitive rapid fire. Sometimes I want to make that key start doing the repeat press a little bit faster even, but it gets like dangerous with any other key that you have too, because at some point it can become a nuisance with building production and whatnot. So this game, he went Gateway, Nexus, Core. So he went Nexus before Core. That's like the economic variety of the build, and then he proxied a Gateway outside of our base, but I think we handled that really well. I'm just going to grab myself another drink, guys. Just going to grab myself a drink. We got plenty more games coming up. Katie is closing the brewery tonight, so she'll probably be home at like 11, depending how busy they are. I don't know if there's World Series tonight, but I know there's football. So yeah, I've got probably at least 2-3 more hours of stream coming up tonight. So enjoy your Monday night, Nate, SC2. And I'm just going to grab myself a Coke Zero and a water so I can keep gaming for y'all. Thank you. Yo, we're back. What did I say? Easy. Happy Monday, everyone. I hope you're doing well. let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. How is the Monday night game going? I haven't taken a look at it. The decision to get angry is always just that, a choice. Yeah, you know, I will say this. The last thing I'll say, because I probably get sick of hearing about it, guys. But Blizzard, there's no maps other than 2-player for the most part on the ladder. According to Blizzard and the pros and the Balance Cabal, all of them, they all think it is super important to know where your opponent spawns every game, right? They think it is so important to the game to have information about your opponent at the beginning of the match. But it is such a two-faced approach to it where no, we can't make a player scout to see where they spawn, but we can make you scout to see what the matchup is. So they've never been consistent on that because again, if they were trying to simulate like actual competition, you would always know who you're playing. So a lot of the features of the ladder like that are actually casual features. Like being able to play random is kind of like a casual thing. If you were using the ladder only for competitive practice, 99% of the time you're never going to play a random player in a real tournament. So they give people these options for fun. Like those are like the non-balanced things, but that's exactly it. It's not, there's no balance or tuning around that. It's just treated as kind of like an as-is thing. And people have their own opinions on it, but my only issue is that it's impossible to defend Proxy Reaper if I go for any Terran versus Zerg build and I get a TVT and it's a random player. So against the Zerg, I wouldn't take the gas first either. I would probably go barracks first and then maybe even not take a gas until I've expanded. So it's just like it completely warps your decision-making process because it's not based on reason anymore. It's based on luck. But when my decision for a build is based on I don't know what's happening, so I just have to decide anyway, then yeah, I like to go hard. If I have to pick a random build, I might as well crank that shit out. So that's why I do my craziest builds when I'm in a random matchup. Now you know. Plus, there's always the upside that the game ends up getting like really interesting as a result of that too.
What's going on? SCV ready.
Vector from Despicable Me. You know, I'm not sure I know what that guy sounds like. I'm sorry, buddy.
SCV ready. Sure thing.
This guy drone scouts and PV and ZVT. Weird flex, but okay. Highly recommend the movie. Sounds good. I know Gru, I know the Minions, but I don't really watch that stuff. If I'm gonna watch stuff that's PG, it's got to be like a masterpiece. Or I have to have nostalgia for it, you know. All those movies, I'm not really even sure when that stuff aired, but my childhood was a lot of Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh. As far as movies go, you know, I was one of the kids camped out dressed like Harry Potter to see the movies when they came out and get those books. But Despicable Me just didn't really reach us. You have 5 kids, little choice in what you watch. Okay, see, that makes sense. I get that. I appreciate that explanation because I was just like, I was getting defensive. Like, should I have seen all of these movies? Is it a cultural zeitgeist? I just know about some memes. And most of the memes are Minions. When I lived by Universal Studios, there was a giant Minion on the mountain just looking over North Hollywood. It was terrifying. There's just a giant Minion, like just up on a cliff. So that's when I think about that. I think about that. And my wife and I driving through LA being terrified about this like 200-foot tall minion in the mountain that was staring at us for like, yeah, a long time, really. So maybe that's it. Maybe I'm just traumatized by the minions. That could be it. That could be it. Look at that. He had those spines ready. Look how early he started that spine crawler. I love this. I love this. See, we got this guy showing us some respect. I like to see it. I'd love to see that. Yeah, I certainly don't know what kids are watching these days. I'm just out here feeling myself because they canceled that Saw movie that was supposed to come out this year. It's a shame. I mean, they did it for the right reasons. The guy who plays Jigsaw is just getting really old. But, you know, and also Saw 10 was, like, perfect. So I can see how they decided to end on a high note. I get it. I get it. I get it. I just... Is it wrong to love something so much that you want more of it? Is it wrong to want? Is it wrong to dream? In many cases, the answer is yes. Just keep that in mind. All right, he's gone into Le Roches, Le Cucaracha. So everything now just becomes holding like his counter all in, essentially. That's what we're going to be trying to do. But I think we can say with some certainty that he's going to get very aggressive. Just based on this. He had the really fast pool. He was ready. Look at that. He comes right over to this base even though his speed's not done yet. He's got his eye on it. He's watching. He's paying attention. You know he's paying attention. He didn't even get Ling speed. That's actually kind of nuts. So maybe he really does know what's going on. Oh, he rushed Roach speed. That's what he did. All right, GG. Let's go next. Well, I guess he was always going to cheese us, guys. Burrowed roaches with speed at 4 minutes. That's crazy. Crazy. Chiefs are looking good. Nice. Oh, this is the guy. This is the guy that played his first game tonight against us. Do you guys think he's going to cheese us again?
It's time to kick things off.
If we make it past the 5-minute mark, I'll say GLHF to him. We'll see. We'll see if we get there. I don't think he means it. I think he wants his game over as fast as possible. I really do. I think he can't wait. When's the next World Series game? Is it like tied up right now? I think it's 1-1. Oh, he is going to be aggro. Look how fast he sent that probe.
In the rear. Big shot. Let's go. Ah, back. SCV ready. Go ahead. Huh? What's going on? What's going on? SCV ready. Uh-huh. Go ahead.
Come here, big boy. There we go. Come here. Come here. You almost got him. You almost got him. I could do this all day. He's totally going to get away. I can't actually stop him at all.
Your base is getting blasted.
I mean, this guy's cheesing the shit out of us, right? So we're just going through the motions. His proxy will be done soon, etc., etc. Can we get him to waste 50 energy recalling? That's the real question. That's the dream. Nice.
Center 2.0 ready to go. Add-on finished.
We hear you. SCV ready.
I'm just going to send the Marine to look for the proxy so I can try to find it by the time Magfield's done.
You gonna give me orders?
Oh, but this guy cheeses us every time we play him, so I'm just expecting it now.
What's going on?
I'm just expecting it. A lot of weird games against the Protoss today. As usual. As usual.
Been waiting on you. I'm on it.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action. In gear.
Let's see what's what.
Add-on done. Swap away.
Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you guys, but they put Huggy Wuggy from Poppy's Playtime into Fortnite, so Katie was pretty stoked about that. She's a big Poppy Playtime fan. We're waiting for Chapter 5. Waiting for Chapter 5 trailer to drop.
Let's go kill something.
SCV ready.
Coordinates.
What's going on?
Systems go. Cyclone ready for.
SCV ready.
This ought to be good.
Let's go, baby. Now we get to find out if he did his homework. Did he? How much did he build for me? How much did he build for me? Let's find out. Let's find out. How much did he build for me?
SCV ready.
Systems go.
Oh, look at that. Look at that blink rush. Oh my god. See? That's it. That's it right there, man. Look at that.
You got coordinates or what? Got a target in mind.
SCV ready.
Come on, Patches. Keep up. There we go. That's nice. He really did try to get that blink as fast as he could, didn't he? And he put it right in front of his base, too. It feels nice to tag somebody back after they cheese you, I have to admit. That's what you get for proxying me. That's what you get for proxying me, Patches. That's what you get for proxying me. Alright, I would have loved to play a great 40-minute back-and-forth macro game against you, but you know what? You told me that you only do 5-minute dates. So here I am, in my red dress. Let's go next. Alright, I kind of want to check the score of the game, though. Oh, it's so... Thank you, Rust. Thank you, Rust Glimmer. I'm like, this guy brutally cheeses the hell out of me, and I get the revenge win. You know, I'm gonna... Oh... All right, maybe I am enjoying myself a little bit. Maybe I am a little emotionally invested in my games. Maybe I just handle it better than I used to, but I can still get a little worked up. That was, it felt good. Oh my God, yeah, Kansas City's destroying them. All right, never mind. There is not much to keep track of there. Let's go next. Yeah, he went Cybercore before Nexus. Sent his probe out to harass at like the 0-second mark. Just crazy. Crazy-ish. He played the gross guy, too. The situations we find ourselves in, though. The situations we get into every now and then are something else. They are. All right, well, we're just searching for a game. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I appreciate it. I appreciate y'all checking out my show tonight. We're going to be playing for a few more hours. Looks like TVT next.
Bad news? Big job, huh? What's going on?
Just lurking, putting the kids to bed, but that was super de duper. Thank you. I appreciate that.
SCV ready.
It always feels good to tag somebody back. It always feels good to tag someone back.
What's going on? Ready. In the rear with the gear. What's going on? SCV ready. Ah! You scared me. Go ahead.
Alright, there wasn't anything in the spot where Proxy Reaper might have been. Just checking Proxy Marauder. Alright, we go back to our base. In case his Scouting Reaper shows up, we always want ours to be at home. Most people don't send their Reaper out for that reason. Most people don't send their Reapers out for that reason. Yo, Harambe, what's up? Raiders roll. This is Jimmy. Right on. Yeah. Cutie patootie. Those classic StarCraft voice lines. The StarCraft 2 vocal stems. The StarCraft vocal stems. Oh, he's gonna kill my mule that's about to time out. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. It literally didn't even have a whole second left. So I'm grateful. I'm grateful. Uh-oh, look at him. He's like broken. I gotta lock onto something else. There we go. There we go. Go ahead, Commander. You got something on your mind? Serve that up. Serve that up in a bowl of hot water and let it sit for 3 minutes.
Now what? On my way.
Swap away.
I heard that. Acknowledged. Talk to me.
I'll take a tank.
Now what?
I have a tank. We can all live together. Meow. Well, that's okay. We do get very bold with our drops. I feel like we did pretty good damage though. Like this might be one of those scenarios where we're not completely cooked. We might only be like partially cooked. Do you guys know what I mean? Like, you know, if I had to describe it as far as like a baking process even is concerned. We might even be more than cooked. We might be baked. Partially cooked, even game, since cooked equals losing. Fair, there you go. Well, look, hey, we got to go by the standard that was set by the first person in television history to ever say that someone is cooked, which actually goes to Vegito from Dragon Ball Z. He tells Majin Buu that he's cooked like back in 2000 when they first aired that shit. So I feel like that's, you know, that could be a good bar for us. Could be a good place to start. You got something for me, Peter Parker?
Transformation systems ready.
Right on, Cathal. Nah, dude, I love Dragon Ball. I love Dragon Ball Z. I'll be real. I don't know 100% if Vegito was the first person ever to say it, but to the best of my understanding, he is. So, because he does call Boo cooked. He says he's cooked. That's how I know it. That's where I know it from anyway. I assume that it's a part of some other sort of standard, you know, lexicon adjustments over time, etc. But yeah. Bruh is pushing it to the limit. Look at him go. Let's do something crazy. Check the watchtower while we do this.
Command center's got some new Mind out a mineral field. Good thing you've got more of those, right? What's our target? Add-on spin.
Talk to me.
SCV ready.
Your CVs didn't sign up to fight.
Go ahead.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
You've mined out some of your minerals.
Made for battle.
You've depleted that mineral field.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Where's the emergency?
Have you guys ever seen that before? The 4 Viking drop? Legendary technique. Do you have any idea how many immortal soul stones you have to open to pull one of these?
Transformation systems.
Picking up or swapping off?
Ready. SCV ready.
This month I'll save my prime for you. You're giving people good StarCraft. Well, I only want you to support me if you want to support me. You gotta. It's okay. It's okay if that's a heavy statement for me to make. But I don't make any guarantees of any kind here. I like playing the game. Blizzard could stop updating it again any moment, and I could be playing other stuff. You know, I really love this game, and StarCraft is something that will always be near and dear to me. But please don't feel any pressure or any particular kind of way about it. It means a lot to me that you're here at all. So just thank you.
Fight or flight. Yeah, right.
Base is getting blasted. Mind out a mineral field.
SCV ready.
Right?
Mate, let's get into the fight. Inbound.
Big job, huh?
Your SCVs are under attack.
I got his starport. I got one of his racks. The only thing I really needed to do was get the that, right? Just get that upgrade, basically. Mentioned a brewery. Yeah, Katie's working at a brewery. She used to manage one before I met her. That was what she was doing in Washington. So Obviously, we've moved around a little bit all over here and there, and we're in a different place. This Katie went to college. She went to college up here, but she's yeah, I don't think she was doing that type of work out here when she was here. So it's one of those nice little cozy spots, though. She's got a great team. I was actually just up there last night. I was having some beers. I went to go take advantage of the free beer I get from my wife there, and I will tell you, nobody blamed me because the Jets finally won a game. Guys, the Jets finally won a game. I've waited all stream to at least say it, but guys, they did it. We won a game. We're no longer 0-17 candidates. Maybe we'll go 1-16, but that's okay. It's much better. We don't want to be the team that literally cannot win a single game. So that's you know, that was the highlight. That was a highlight for me. So I did go up. I went to go see her. I had a beer with her. We had a couple, and just kind of chilled, hung out, watched a little bit of the Sunday night game. Had a pizza. It was good times. It was very good times. So we were just doing that. And then what came after that? Went home, blazed a huge one, watched some Real Housewives. Yeah, that's about it. That's about it. See, you StarCraft players, man. You guys think you know Toxicity, but you don't know who Lisa Barlow is. All right, there'd be some crazy ass bitches out there. You don't even know. You don't even know.
Talk to me.
Oh, I'm building battle cruisers for you guys. It was meant to be a Christmas present surprise. Don't tell your mom. Don't tell your mom I told you. Don't tell your mom I showed you the battle cruisers ahead of Christmas, okay? I promised I wouldn't. I promised I wouldn't. All right, then. Yeah, that's how it's gonna be now, huh? Okay, so you've got like, what, 5 units in my base, and I am on your production. Just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page here. Just making sure we're all on the same page, that I'm on his production, and he has no ability to make units or get them out of his base. Oh, he built some more over here. That's cute. Okay. Oh, he's not giving up. Oh, no. Oh, wow. That gets me hot and bothered. He's going to give us a lot of energy here. Majin Buu will be summoned in no time. Are 3 enough to stop 2-2 battle cruisers? No, they're not. I don't think he has building armor. I think that's like a part of this. GG. That was a solid game. He attacked me. I attacked him. Yeah, your Jets knocked out almost half the people who voted for the Bengals in my elimination pool. Oh, man. I used to do one of those with my barber in L.A. Oh, that was good times. That was good times. He was from New York, so we always did a ticket together, actually, every week. It's good times. I haven't played an elimination bracket in a long time, or knockout bracket, but those are fun. Dude, Breece Hall threw a touchdown pass. Like, it could be years before anything like that happened again. So, I'm just like, yeah. Yeah, so obviously you guys have probably noticed, but my stream schedule is a little bit more flexible these days. I'm doubling down on curating good content and like the good plays and stuff. Here, actually, you know what? I don't know if anybody's watching on the vertical, but let me try this because I did have this set up. I did have this set up. It's just a black bar that goes behind the resources. And if you think that makes the resources here a lot more readable, if you're watching in the vertical on YouTube or Twitch. If you guys think, I'll just test this for the rest of the stream, but if you guys have any opinions on this, I would actually appreciate hearing them. The supply does get cut off when we're in replay. So here, I can reload into the game and we can look at it that way. But for anybody watching on the mobile, anybody watching on mobile on the iOS app or on YouTube, yeah, so I did try to have it be transparent before with a darker background, but now I've just put straight up black behind it. So I'll get into another game in a second, but I just wanted to let you guys know I'll try that for the rest of the show tonight. Just let me know if that is more distracting or less distracting or more visible, just so you guys can see how many minerals, how many gas I have, and what the supply is. So I do have a pretty cute overlay. I'm working on a new one for the desktop version of the stream, but I'm just not there yet because I've been going through a lot of my photo library. I like using all my own photos for the backgrounds. If you're watching on desktop, you can't see it, but the vertical stream, the background I have is a photo I took of Seattle on our way in when we went to see the Jets play in 2023. It was a beautiful, beautiful vista. Beautiful giant clouds. Apparently there's like snow up in the mountains here. Stukov aura farming. But there's like snow. There's already snow up here. I saw people posting on the Bellingham Reddit trying to go up the mountains, but it's been pouring rain for about a week solid. Zero space launch update. Oh. Well, that's a conveniently timed email. Is this NDA? Is there anything here that says don't read this out loud? Okay. I don't know how much information about Zero Space is public, but I got sent some news about the game. I'll probably play it the next time they do a big update. So, my least favorite thing about Zero Space was the heroes. Like, too much of the game became getting turrets built in your base at the very start. But if they fixed that at all, I'll probably give it another good try. I loved playing Grell. Like, my favorite thing to do was to make the stingers, the little Zergling guys for the plant race in that game. I actually thought it was vibes AF, but then I couldn't defend against Legion players just building turrets in my base and cheesing me with like 2 hero rush, which, I mean, I get that maybe people are into that, but that was like, that's the worst thing about Zero Space to me, so. Yeah, we've played a lot. We played a lot of Zero Space. Played a lot of Zero Space. I can't be leaking classified information, though. You know, it doesn't look like I'll be able to play it very soon. So they've got a lot of stuff. They got a lot of stuff going on. Pictures of roadmaps and things like that. Just make it viable for me to play Mass Stinger, and I promise you, I will play so much Zero Space. Okay, I'm just speaking it. I'm putting it out there. Okay, I'm putting it out there. I love Stingers. I love playing that play style. I love it. I love it. I love it. If anybody who has any ability, you know, if God is watching for whatever reason, hook it up, my man. Make sure that playing like a Zergling heavy style with Grell is viable. That's all I want. I just want to be able to outposition people, do run-bys and flanks. I love it. Zerglings, they're disgusting and they're really weak. But the Grell, the Stingers, man, those things can really be fierce. I loved playing Grell in the early Zero Space betas. The worst thing they did was put the super giga focus on the hero-based play. But I have confidence that that's something that they can get past. So I don't think I've actually played Zero Space in a very long time. It's not really as fast of a game. It wasn't as fast of a game as Stormgate, so that was kind of why it wasn't number one on my radar. But honestly, I probably would never have stopped playing it if it wasn't for the Grell nerfs. They nerfed my Zerglings, my Grellings. The way that he messed up my wall actually made me do a regular wall. So it's not even like a problem. Like, this is actually kind of a normal wall to have. So, I'm indifferent. Have any of you guys checked out Zero Space? Do we know if there is a menu in the options of is there a menu in the options of Age of Empires 4 where you can uninvert the camera scroll? Or do you still have to do like a hack to do it? Because that's a pretty big one for me. And now you guys know where I stand on all the RTSs. There's some configuration issues with AoE 4. Zero Space is a little hero heavy. Stormgate, I think, has 11 players, so they've got their own set of problems. He does look pretty much ready to, like, dive on me, so I think what I'm gonna do is, yeah, I thought this would be the thing here from him. Beautiful.
What's going on?
Your research is ready. Ready to roll out. Have him bent.
Sure thing.
Show me. Channel's clear, boss.
SCV ready. Huh? SCV ready. In the rear.
Research has completed.
Good. Cyclone, you got coordinate?
SCV ready.
What's up?
Show me who you wanted.
Give us your best shot.
What you got? What you got?
Fueled up, ready to go.
SCV ready.
Command Center 2.0, ready to go. Get
Go ahead. SCV ready. Bet. Big job.
Yeah, but he rushed a bunch of stalkers, so I think this guy was kind of hoping or expecting me to do my Cyclone drop this game. I think he was just like thinking he could basically catch me off guard. So I'm just gonna play a rather modest style. We'll see how much damage he can do against us, but I'm not gonna sweat it.
SCV ready. We hear you. SCV ready. SCV ready.
fueled up, ready to go.
We'll still get Banshee speed. We'll still do all of those things, but it won't be. He's not gonna give it to us though. So we gotta. Oh, he's got a Stargate already. Okay.
SCV ready.
Hey, free. Oh.
SCV ready.
Okay. Well, I don't think we have to worry then, right? That's kind of straightforward.
You scared me. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
SCV ready.
Got no patience.
the moment he couldn't kill me with the stalkers, he went straight to Stargate. I'm like, all right. What's impressive is I didn't even make any turrets in my bases. Those oracles could have fucked me up. I'm going to guess he took the gold or something. Right? Why else would he be so passive? No? Okay. All right. All right.
Find out a minute, man. Center upgrade. Come add-ons finished. Find out some of the minerals.
You got a perfect score on your test, bro? Nice. Hey, man. That's awesome. Okay, education. Very serious, important thing. All right? Hell yeah, man. I'm proud of you. I am proud of you. Stay based.
Completed that mineral.
Oh, he's just doing a regular all-in. All right, that's all good. GG. Congrats, man. That's awesome. Oh, that guy just did a really weird build. I think he was trolling us. He just did a bunch of very strange things, and at no point did he actually check us or come over to our base. I think he was having a laugh. Yeah, I think the only other thing, like, when I think about Zero Space, the only other thing that really comes to mind is they've got, like, some interesting ways that they do the server stuff. Like, I think they were peer-to-peer. Because some of the times, like, if you got matched against a European player, it would be crazy laggy. So I feel like if they have any budget for that, they'll probably implement it at the final second, right before they do, like, a big public push. I didn't really read through what they sent me, but that was really the only other complaint that I had. Like, Legion players would build towers in your base in the first 2 minutes, and I don't really want to play any RTS where that's like more than 1 out of every 15 games. Maybe that's a bit unrealistic of me, but in my ideal dream world, everybody 1 gate expands, everybody goes hatch first, and everybody Reaper expands, you know? And there's occasionally some crazy build, but it has to be really risky, right? If the chance to win the game at the start is high, then it should be crazy risky. So I just feel like sometimes when they try to develop these, like, oh, get out on the map and do stuff, units or builds, it's like, well, I can't make stingers because I have to make turrets, because stingers can't do anything against these guys without upgrades or essence. And obviously at the very beginning of the game, I'm only on like 1 base and like expanding. I'm usually going hatch first when I play Grell, but by the time I get to any kind of situation where I can actually deal with what they're doing, it's just too late. So you can't use stingers in that situation. So I'm like, I don't really want to play a game where I have to pull all of my workers and try and build a bunch of static defense just so I can get to the point where I can make Zerglings. You know, that's I think that's just bad design. So I hope that they lean more into the RTS part of their game than the hero simulator. Yo, Swedish Chef. Brees Hall threw a touchdown pass yesterday, baby. Brees Hall threw a TD pass yesterday, tearing you up. This guy just turtles, right? I'm pretty sure this guy just rushes battle cruisers. He does the one base expand. He does a gasless expander. Maybe he builds 1 Reaper, but this guy is gonna do a battle cruiser rush for sure. So we'll just keep that in mind. Yeah, it's pretty clear. I think Zelane, I think you have a good point. Like, I think it makes sense for them to want to get some of the MOBA types into the game. I think it's just really, really tough because, you know, there's no casual community in StarCraft, right? And people are like, how do we get more players? How do we get more eyes on the game? Why is the game dying? And these other games are like, how do we, succeed where StarCraft failed? And everybody is usually focusing on the wrong thing because it's such an esports focus, or they're talking about like balance. But it's like, if you want to avoid the mistakes StarCraft makes, you need to be really sure that your maps aren't going to be brutally limited in terms of like there being stuff like Liberators, or what happened, like StarCraft 2 maps are worse than they have ever been in like the history of the game because they're all the same. You could just play all of your games on one map and it would be like playing all of the other ones. So I still think that's the worst thing that happened to this game, but obviously over-tuning the game for competitive balance is just a bad idea in general, and it's a reason why there's not a casual community for the game, because nobody ever cared what they thought, even though they were the largest chunk of the player base. So like, I hope that these games do keep options open for people for sure. But I also think at the same time, there needs to be a good focus on making sure that the game is not over-tuned. Because like, what are we left with in StarCraft, right? We've got a super over-tuned game, and there's not even like a real esports scene. I don't even think there's 10 people who can make rent for the year playing StarCraft anymore, unless you count streamers like casters. And even those guys, it's just one real paycheck a year. Those guys all do Home Story Cup for free. Oh, he's going double factory Cyclone. Yeah, exactly. So I hope that they avoid the mistake StarCraft made of deliberately limiting how many people would ever want to play the game by kind of turning their nose up at them. I think that's a huge mistake. The fact that we aren't doing Brood War type experiments with maps is like a really, it's silly. It's silly.
Optics online. Let's go kill something.
Huge missed opportunity.
Ready for dust off. Waiting on you. On my way.
People want to play with their friends. I think if they had different balance for team games, that would have been awesome. They should have tried to do it. They should have done it. They should have made it so that if you were playing like 2 versus 2, the game is like just functionally different than playing the 1v1. All right, GG, let's go next. But like, yeah, 2v2 should have just always been functionally different from 1v1. So that's the fact that like you can't build on your teammates' creep. And the fact that they're like, oh, it's an engine level. Like, make another fucking entity, bro. Like, what are you guys talking about? This is like literally 90% of your players have no interest in playing this 1v1 circle jerk. Nope. Majority of people are not into that. It's okay to let the guy who wants to play 2v2 with his roommate build on creep. And you're like, oh, but then they'd be able to build on enemy creep. Who fucking cares? Holy shit. What is up your ass on this? Let people build on opposing creep then. It's a team game. It's like, what? Are you worried that the team maps are like actually impossible to counter a cannon rush if you're playing Zerg? They're like, if you could build on your opponent's creep, then in 2v2 only or 4v4 only, then oh, Zerg players, man, oh wow, people are just building depots on creep just to mess with them. And I'm like, what? What? You guys want to hear something else insanely sad? To the best of my knowledge, they never even made it where you could see your teammate's camera in Archon mode, but they have it in co-op. No reason. Just go F yourself if you ever wanted to play Archon mode. KEKX DDDDDDDDD. Lots of little things like that add up. And the reality is, if you're not one of those people that slams a bunch of energy drinks and hates yourself and plays 1v1 all day, the developers just never really cared about you. Co-op was the one thing that those people got, but it came very, very late. Very late in the life cycle of the game. I mean, 5 years before there was a casual friendly mode that actually got supported is crazy to think about. You guys know in 2015 when they pushed out this stuff and they brought out the co-op, that was still before we even had publicly nameable lobbies in custom games. I don't think that shit even came until like 2017. Being able to like name your lobbies on Battle.net so that people could just like see a list of available games to join, that took a long time to come out. Yeah, that took forever. When the game first launched, there were no chat channels, there were no clans. You just had to like you had to know the other guy's username and add him in order to talk to him. And then you could and then if you had a bunch of people on your friend list, you could form a party, I think. And that was the only way to talk with more than one person. But like you couldn't just boot up the game, go into a chat channel and say, "Hey, who wants to play Strip Kerrigan?" Like, nope. So you just have to. You would just have to. I don't even know how people found games back then, but I just assumed people didn't play them. There were like only 2 or 3 games that were popular. So I was always able to, if I just hit Nexus Wars and hit join, it would just put me in a random Nexus Wars lobby. And that was it. Like that did work for sure, but
Your SCVs are under attack.
oh, he's Reaper rushing me. GG. I think he's just Reaper cheesing. Yeah, was that 3 racks? Yeah, 3 racks. 3 racks Reaper. Go next. Yo, Mix Subliminal. That's right. The Jets won, baby. Brees Hall threw a touchdown pass. Unreal. All right, it's getting chilly. I'm closing the window. All right, same guy. If he 3 racks us again, I'll SCV scout him. If he's doing that again, I'll just leave as soon as we see it. But obviously, I'm not gonna. If he's gonna do it from his own base, then I can't counter it. I can't just send an SCV to shut it down. But if he wants the game to be over as soon as possible, then we'll make that happen for him. How much longer am I gonna stream for? It's 8:19. So if I was gonna take the dog out before my wife got home and do the dishes, I'm probably gonna need to wrap up by like 9:45, maybe another hour from this point. It's 8:19 right now. We've been going for 4 hours and 15 minutes, so we should be able to land at an even 5 hours, 5.5. If how about this? If 10 people sub on Twitch, then I'll stream until 10. And just not worry about it. And I'll just tell Katie that we had a great show. But otherwise, yeah, that's my plan. That's my plan. We have conversations about how we're doing all of this, how we're handling it. If things get a little wild or crazy on the stream, then then I'll push it a little bit further. But right now, what I'm aiming for is just being able to consistently show up and perform, and at the very least deliver a predictable quality experience for the people that are supporting me right now. So I'm happy to sell out. By all means, put food on my family's table. Seriously, it's going straight to survival for sure, but I am also completely happy to just keep stacking my little stones every day. Just putting one more on top of the pile every day. That's my goal. Show up, have some fun, maybe have an interesting conversation with guy in chat. You never know. You never know what guy in chat will bring up. Somebody in chat encouraged me to watch Despicable Me. You know, nobody ever talks to me about movies, but someone was willing to say that I sounded like a guy from it. And now I'm interested. I know the Vector guy. I know he looks a bit silly, but if I sound like him, then you know what? Maybe I need to learn more about him. Maybe I don't know that I could be a jumpsuit guy. My Eastern Europeanness, I'm probably like an Adidas tracksuit guy, you know? Maybe one day I'll be an Adidas tracksuit guy, but I don't know about like sweatsuit kind of deal. That seems a little beyond the pale, as it were. Oh, thank you, Fia Lauren. I appreciate you. God bless you. What the hell? Thank you. Stay based, sir. Very based. God bless you.
Systems go.
You know, Faye Lauren, he's not just guy in chat. We actually crossed paths in Atlanta after Rick saved me, but we didn't have enough room in the RV for him to join us. He did offer us some gasoline so we could make it out. I don't know if we would have done it without him. Now you guys have some Faye Lauren lore to hold on to. What a guy.
Optics online. Let's go kill some.
I heard that during the summers before the outbreak, he volunteered at Herschel's farm, did a lot of charity work for the local VFW. Based. That's all you need to know.
Talk. Picking up or dropping off.
Happy Monday, bro. Appreciate it.
Waiting on you. Now what? Understood.
Research complete.
Do you have something for me?
You didn't build your base just for it to get blown up, did you? Add-on is complete.
Oof. This is the guy that I lost to Proxy Reapers against last game, by the way. Can you believe it?
Heading out. Waiting on you. Well. Taking up. Lights on. Now what? ETA? Let's go.
Ready to plunder.
Up, ready to go.
Acknowledged. Ready for pickup? Inbound. Talk to me.
What's our...
Go ahead.
Picking up or dropping off?
Command Center 2.0, ready to go.
Loud and clear.
Target in mind. Ready to plunder.
Ready for pickup?
Ready to plunder.
SCV ready.
Talk to me.
SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Transformation systems primed.
Waiting on you.
What's our...
Go ahead. SCV ready.
We are having ourselves a
Ready to plunder.
game.
You ready for war?
Where's the order?
SCV ready. Bad news.
But yeah, I mean, aside from like obvious stuff, obviously the support is one thing that helps a lot too. I really appreciate that. But you'll also see me. I'll extend the stream with like, you know, I do have a few things that I have for, you know, when people come in or we get raided and things like that. So I'm always going to try and keep like the hype going if hype stuff happens. But the biggest thing that I'm trying not to do anymore is force it when I'm not feeling it. So I usually will play until about the point where I feel like I'm starting to lose the ability to put on a good show. You know what I mean? So the idea behind that is obviously making yourself do anything past the point of really feeling comfortable doing it is kind of what causes a drop off in quality. So for me, it's about making sure that instead of just coming on here and playing a game for 7 hours just because I can, that I'm maybe playing for, you know, that 4 or 5 hours, but I'm actually giving a lot more in a shorter amount of time. I mean, there were definitely some days I would just get on and play for like 10 hours or 8 hours and just vamp out the entire time. And I don't necessarily know that those are better than the 4-hour ones. But I did take a nap. If you guys are wondering, I'm actually feeling incredible because Katie and I took a nap after our walk today before she went in for a shift, and I turned on the stream. So we had a nice morning. We went out. I got a couple pictures of some ducks. There were like 10 ducks at the lake, the little pond guy near us, and they were all swimming around, and I got a couple of really nice photos. Just a dozen or so little baby ducks. Or maybe they weren't babies. I'm not really a duck expert. It was just adorable AF. So we got a little bit of extra rest time in because obviously we usually end up... I mean, tonight we're going to be playing a lot of League of Legends. Like, that's just what we do. So that is what's coming next. She's going to get home. We're going to play ARAMs until probably 2 a.m. and then we do it all again tomorrow.
Mind out a mineral field. Good thing you've got more of those.
Ready to plunder.
You've depleted that mineral field.
While we wait for the Avengers to come from another universe or some shit, right?
I heard that. Light ready to plunder.
Fueled up, ready to go. Give us your best.
Made for battle.
You've mined out some of your minerals.
Firefly. Ready to plunder. Systems. You ready for war?
Go ahead.
Pick up.
Go ahead. Can't hold them alone. No one lives forever. All right.
Fueled up, ready to go.
Can't hold them alone.
Yeah, you better run.
Hear me. Fight or flight.
Waiting on you.
Big jump. Transfer.
Talk to me.
You ready for war?
We're just going straight to battle cruisers now. I'm activating it.
Add-ons finished.
It's time. No tears, no lies. It's who we're born to be.
Fueled up, ready to go. Add-on done. Swap away.
Yeah, he's got his mariners all around the map. So yeah, anyway, all of that to say, I actually do have some pretty high energy levels today, so... Sometimes we play video games before she goes into work, and, you know, we kind of do it the other way. But today was, You gotta know, I mean, it's Monday, so that means Below Deck is gonna be on. And even though this season of Below Deck has been awful, we still gotta watch it. Because how am I gonna hate on it if I don't watch it, you know? I gotta...
Search is ready.
It takes a lot of work to hate, guys. It takes a lot of work. All right?
Upgrade complete.
How am I going to talk about how bad of a captain Sandy is if I don't watch? I got to at least know what I'm talking about. Or maybe that's just one of those leftover things from my casting days. Oh, man. The number of StarCraft VODs I would watch on flights. That's good times.
In the rear with
Your base is under siege.
He hardly has anything. What do you think he's waiting for?
Let's get into the fight. Made for battle.
You think he's got his own battlecruisers? I feel like that could be it. Triple armory. Yeah, there it is. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. That's why he's been doing nothing all game. He wants me to be comfortable.
Let's get into the fight.
He's like, you know, I just want to harvest the Nathan energy. He wants my energy, but he's trying to do it in a different way. This is a whole different level of wasting time, but I appreciate it. Yeah, I thought so. He really thought he could go triple armory? Triple, guys? Triple though? Triple? I'll say it. Hi, I'm Nathan, and I'm a greedy Terran. Right? We all know Nathan's a greedy Terran. But even I don't do this. Do you guys ever see me go triple armory? No. No. If I'm going to do that, I go all the way, and I go quadra armory. It's true. It's true. I've been known to do it. I've been known to go quad armory, but that's typically a mistake. Typically, I have 2 armories on the way, and then I'm like, I can't build Thors. I need armories. Then I build 2 more. And then chat is like, 4 armories? And then I go, oh shit, and I cancel them. And then I try to play it off cool, and I'm like, oh damn guys, I just noticed I accidentally made 2 extra armories. But like, you know, it's not like a Sunday thing. I just didn't want you to know that it was actually you that told me. Because I was embarrassed. Just got a little, you know, a little shy. There you go. I'm being vulnerable there. My quarterback admitted to crying on the floor in his closet, and he gets paid millions of dollars a year to throw a ball around. So I feel like if he can be that vulnerable, I can be that vulnerable. Yeah. Yeah. But it was actually always you, guy in chat, asking why I was making a 4th armory. That saved me. Even if I would never admit it. My ego's way too inflated to do so, but it's true. Ugh. Lol, what? Dude, Justin Fields gave an incredible interview after that win. Justin Fields gave an incredible interview after that win. You made 2 fusion cores before by accident? I've done it too. I've been there. I've been there. I'm glad we could all be so open with each other tonight. Ugh. No, I'm having fun. This is so nice though, because I hope you guys don't know that I don't just like, I'm not just memeing when I say the patch did kind of shake up the builds I'm doing. I don't know if you guys really feel it. I don't know how much you feel it. TVT is kind of the same, but Vikings are cheaper, and you make Vikings, a lot of them every game, so the matchup just kind of progresses a bit more smoothly because you don't need as much money. You don't need as much money as you used to. But Terran versus Protoss is completely different in like every way. So I hope you guys see that. It feels pretty apparent to me. I absolutely have never been able to play Liberator Banshee Viking versus Protoss until this patch. And I do think it's because rapid fire didn't work on Liberators before. You had to siege Liberators one at a time on the old patch. And most people don't know that because most people don't play Terran or build Liberators in that number. But they did not work with rapid fire for placing them. And now that they do, they're significantly more effective when you're sieging during a fight. So for me, it's completely enabled that playstyle. And honestly, I'm still being kind of greedy. Because I could do that Cyclone drop and then go into like Viking tank, and then I'm kind of safe against everything. But I like going Banshee because it lets me harass the opponent more. But like truthfully, I could just go tank, build that tank after the Cyclone, and go straight into double Liberator. And then good luck busting me. Good luck busting me with that, you know? But I just don't think it's as strong of a build because I like getting in my opponent's face a little bit too. And if you give a Protoss any amount of time, they will always build batteries. And obviously we get Protoss to build lots of photon cannons in our games. We make Protoss build more cannons than probably anybody else in StarCraft. Thanks for the follow. How's the new Banshee versus Zerg? Yeah, the Banshee is still pretty bad versus Zerg. Like, I think you only build them to keep roaches and ravagers away in the early game. But Banshees are bad for the same reason they've always been bad. Zerg has a bunch of built-in counters to them that are almost free in terms of, like, there's no Zerg players that aren't going to have 9-range queens in their base. It's just not going to happen. The Zerg will always have queens in spores. Period. Spore crawlers cost nothing, and there's no tech requirement for them. So, Zergs will always have spores. Researching Cloak versus Zerg is a huge waste. So, there is no value to gain there unless you're gonna do something crazy. But I don't think they're that good. I think Liberators are better now with the patch. I think you get more done sieging a Liberator on a Zerg base than you do sending a Cloak Banshee. Banshees just don't have enough range. Like, that's actually what they would need. The reason why Banshees are bad against Zerg is because of the range that they gave the Queens all those years ago. That's why everybody hated Queens. Because they had such long range, they fucking countered everything. And in many ways, they still do, but they're more expensive now. That being said, the Zerg player is always going to build them no matter what. So, it's like telling people the cost of food is going up. It's like, well, yeah, I still got to eat, you know? There's nothing you can really do there. You just got to deal with it. But still got to eat. Zerg still need queens, still need larva, still need creep. No matter what the queen costs, Zerg players are going to build it. The real interesting question would be, is there something that the queen could cost that would make people stop entirely? I don't think so. I don't think that would ever happen. But, you know, that to me is a more interesting thought experiment. Like, right now, I could technically just go for a tech lab and build a fusion core. Like, I could go battlecruiser out of this if they weren't rushing Vikings. Because if they were rushing Vikings, then I'd probably be able to do more with the Cyclone drop part, right? But look at that. He just catches my drop right out on the map. Crazy. Crazy. Alright, I'm just gonna G. Anytime people do stuff like that, just GG. Just always go next. If they walk out and catch your stuff in the middle of the map with everything, just always go next. Bring back hatchery-sized queens. I mean, the queen is clearly too expensive, right? I mean, you just gotta... Hydralisks are really popular now. Everybody's good with them. You could nerf queen range and make queens cheaper, and you'd solve a lot of that. You'd solve a lot of those problems. But even though the only guy that's ever built battlecruisers ever doesn't even build them anymore, I'm sure Zerg players will clutch their pearls about BCs. Nope, nobody builds battlecruisers, but there's a lot of people concerned with them. There's a lot of people concerned with them. Watch how fast I get battlecruisers buffed, guys. I only did it for the love of the game, but now that I'm not doing it anymore, no one's gonna see them. My demands are simple. You want me to build BCs again? Make them less shit. There you go. There you go. You guys want to see Nathan rushing battlecruisers all the time again? They got to make them not a trash unit. But I'm not gonna sit here and justify people's obsession with battlecruisers, even though literally no one uses them. I'm not here to do that. Now you will be able to say, no one builds them. No one builds them at all.
What's going on? SCV ready.
Yeah, they do like 25% less damage to air units, but the biggest issue with BCs really is they have a bunch of band-aids around their teleport, and most of their counters have been buffed pretty heavily. It's a big issue with them. Like, when Stalkers got the damage buff, it kind of ruined them in TVP. Then they gave, then they put the shield battery in, and the battlecruiser harass doesn't really do anything anymore. So you can't just like, back in the day, I could tank photon overcharge and then fly back. Like that was something I could do. Or you could bait the the shield battery overcharge eventually when they added that. But now it's just like, there are just so many little things. Honestly, I think I would sound like an idiot if I tried to list all of them, because each one of them on their own are all pretty reasonable things. Like that stalker change, I mean, I guess people really wanted that, right? I don't think most people are opposed to it. So I'm not gonna try and give the implication that stalkers need to be nerfed. That's not what I'm here to do. I'm just saying that most of the units people built against battlecruisers over the years are better than they were, and since the battlecruiser has also been nerfed over those years as well. They made it so that Yamato deals less damage. They made it so that Yamato takes forever to research. They made it so that the battlecruiser has a delay when it starts to teleport. They made it so the battlecruiser has a delay when it arrives. They made it so the battlecruiser can be killed while it's charging up to teleport. So it's like, they did all of this stuff, and as a Terran player who never asked for teleport, it's the same issue as the Ghost. It's overly tuned. It's overly tuned because A, nobody builds it. It was very rarely featured in pro games as like a gotcha strategy. And B, even when it was being built, it was only like 1 or 2 guys that were even able to effectively get value out of them. Like the number of times a Terran would rush a battlecruiser and they'd all be like, oh, this is such a strong build, how is he going to deal with it? And then like 6 queens just fucking kill it immediately because the Terran doesn't know what they're doing. You know, they're not Nathanias. They're just some guy that only knows how to play bio, right? And then the casters are like, oh, well, maybe next time. And I'm like, bro, battlecruisers suck ass. What? I literally made them viable. That's me. I'm that guy. That being said, I gotta check myself here. I gotta check myself here before I turn this into another Nathan ego inflating session. But here is one area where battlecruisers are stronger. All right, I'm gonna speak positively about battlecruisers now. Okay. So one thing that I used to do a lot. One thing that I used to do a lot is I would use burrowed mines with the battlecruisers. And those are really, really good. Those are really, really good. So I would like burrow them under Protoss units. And that got nerfed, actually. That strategy was so good they made it so mines burrowed slower. That did get reverted very recently, though. So mines burrow fast again. They burrow as fast as they used to with the upgrade. So in that regard, actually pretty big ups. Pretty big ups. So beautiful. That's fine. That is more than enough. Oh, and he did that. Beautiful. Yeah. Blacklist. You guys are funny. I think I did get hired a lot less, but there were also a lot less tournaments. And I'd like to remind you that I still did EPT through the end. You guys know I casted for ESL last year, right? It's hard. It's hard to play against the Zeitgeist, that's for sure. I've never gotten a message from ESL saying that they're not going to hire me or work with me. I still talk to those guys. I still have the guy in charge of StarCraft at ESL on my Discord list. I don't know what to tell you. Ruff's chat be lying. If somebody is like spreading weird shit about me, that's, you know, I appreciate you letting me know. But yeah, that's not, none of that is true. None of that is true. The reality is I let myself go during COVID. You know, my casting wasn't as good, and I actually, it's probably had a lot to do with personal stuff going on in my life, but ESL has still been hiring me for the last several years, so. Just in case you're hearing that from anywhere, like, yeah. It's nice to know. It's nice to know Ruff's thinking of me, though.
SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Need something blowed up?
What's going on? SCV ready.
That's fine.
SCV ready.
A lot of people in StarCraft can't keep my name out of their mouth. I'll say that much.
SCV ready.
Confirmed.
Damn, look at them mortals.
Give us
I don't have an engineering bay. Your first week in SC2? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Plus, you guys know that if the things that people accused me of saying were real, like if I was legitimately dropping hate speech about people, don't you think any of these guys would have reported me to Twitch? Don't you think I would have gotten banned or a warning from anywhere? Just because I didn't feel like arguing with people forever and I stopped fighting doesn't mean that everything those guys said was real. All right, I don't think we can hold the base. Let's go next. GG. There's a lot of immortals. You've been able to beat the hard AI almost consistently. Should you go into ranked or try harder AI? The AI is kind of interesting. Like, really, the AI will never do like a crazy amount against you unless you'd set it to like one of the insane ones. But the biggest thing about playing against the AI that is different from normal people is that the AI doesn't do a good job of giving you the experience of like dealing with Reaper harass. The AI is not going to micro a Reaper outside your base and poke you and prod you and force you to like have your stuff in the right position. So when you're thinking about moving on from playing against the AI to playing against real people, that's like, in my opinion, it's one of the biggest things. So something that can make it really easier to get into playing StarCraft. This might sound counterintuitive, but I would actually encourage you to find a build that lets you be aggressive or out on the map as early as possible. Because you'll make a lot of mistakes trying to control a unit. I'm sure you've heard jokes about people floating resources when they're microing a Reaper. But this is actually one of the best ways to learn the game, because your mistakes will be very clear and in front of you. Like, the kind of person that I am, it's easier for me if I can put into words or like very clearly see what the issue is when I'm looking at something. So if you're playing a macro game and you're not getting supply blocked too much, but you're doing like a Reaper expand and you're kind of just building your base and you're not out doing a whole lot, like, yeah, that can be a way to play the game, but you're probably going to have more frustrating experiences playing against anybody who's capable of actively harassing you. And that can be one way to learn, like you just focus on the macro and try to defend as attacks come, but occasionally you'll play people who take advantage of you, people like me who will build battle cruisers while you're thinking that you're playing a normal game. You're like really focused on your build, and then Nathan's BC comes in and you're like, what the hell, man? But if you're like opening up with a Reaper and then going into Hellion and following up with a Banshee, if you're doing like a 1-1-1 and then expand type opener, just as like a new Terran player, this is what I would suggest. Not only will you make mistakes, get supply blocked, and miss production cycles, but you'll very quickly learn why it's important not to have units queued up when you do a one base harass into expand. Like a build like this, you're going like 1-1-1 and then you expand after whatever your tech is. This is how most TVT gets played. That's how a lot of high-level TVT gets played. And I would say that it's actually one of the best ways to learn playing Terran, because you'll still get a lot of the unit interactions. You won't practice the late game until you play against people that are good enough to push you away, but you're also like able to defend, and then you'll really start to ball out. But I think that that's like a really fun and interactive way to learn, because when you're playing strategies that are putting you in your opponent's face, even though you will make more mistakes, and you will. If you're trying to micro units and do your macro stuff, it will be harder to do. But you'll always know what they're doing, and you'll learn very quickly what people do. The point of necessarily building the Reaper isn't even to scout cheese in your own base, but it's like when you go to your opponent's base and I send in a Banshee, the Banshee's not just there to kill workers. Like, I'm expecting to see barracks being made, or I'm expecting to see extra factories being made. And that's something that, like, once you get to that point where you're doing builds that are actively following up, like, oh, I'm going to go Reaper into Hellion, into Banshee. You're going to know what your opponent is doing the whole game because you're in their face. So some of the other traps and pitfalls, you're like, oh, when do I scout? How do I know when to scout? Well, bro, if you do a build where you know that you can throw your first Reaper at them, throw your first Reaper at them, right? People who do this are usually battlecruiser rushing. Yo, Mapu, appreciate you. Your Liberator Thor strat against Zerg has been golden for me. You won 8 out of 8 TVZs today, Masters 3. Hell yeah. See, that's what I like to see. That's what I like to see, man. Dude, the Mega Zord build. It's fantastic. Mapu, thank you for the raid, brother. Mapu's pretty based. He's was an observer for a lot of our tournaments over the years. Absolute Giga Chad Megalodonus. Absolute Giga Chad Megalodonus. Alright, well, let's see. He walled himself off on one base. I'm gonna guess he's rushing battlecruisers, but we'll give him the benefit of the doubt until we see it. We'll wait until we see it. You never used Liberators before, and I was super inspired by you. Hell yeah. Just remember, the secret is sieging the Liberators over the Thors. You're not trying to siege on the enemy. You want to siege onto the Thors. Then the Ultralisks, they got nothing. They got nothing. Look at this. Look at this guy. He's crazy. Oh my god, he's turtling so hard. I'm just gonna go next. I can't with that. He's building bunkers in his main and his natural. He has nothing. No, thank you. I'm not doing that. Right now, just 2 days of gameplay, so you're trying to figure out the basics. Yeah, aggressive strategies, aggressive styles. This is one of the ways that I check my own games. Like, whenever I see people turtling against me, especially as a streamer, like, I always look for an excuse to get out of the game as fast as possible. I'm not interested in playing a game where somebody just sits back and reacts to everything that I do, because, you know, it's obviously like a pretty big imbalance there. So I need games. I need active games. I need active games against people who are taking it seriously. But yeah, welcome to StarCraft though. It's a really crazy game. It's a really crazy game. There's so many different things that you can do. There's so many strategies. You'll never stop running out of things that surprise you. You'll never stop running out of things that surprise you. Are you wearing a Fields jersey? No. Dude, man, it makes so much sense that in the time in my life where I could afford to buy memorabilia for my team, they had the shittiest jerseys ever. My dad actually got me this for Christmas in like 2018. It's a custom jersey. It says Nathanias on it. But man, I want to get a Brees jersey, really. I keep telling my wife that when her family members are all like, "What do we do for Nathan for Christmas? What do we do? What do we do? This, that, or this, or this?" I'm like, I just want a Brees Hall jersey so bad. So yeah, there's my Edmund moment from Love Is Blind. There, I had to just let that out. I need my. Oh man, I would love it. I would kill for one. Not really, because it's probably not worth a man's life for a football jersey, but those new designs are so good, though. When they switched the jersey designs to the throwback style, that was like the other best part about Aaron joining the team. But I want a Breece Hall jersey so fucking bad. I hope I get one for Christmas. I hope someone makes that happen for me. I try not to like be outwardly that greedy or selfish about my material desires, but every day I feel like the world actually could end. So, you know, I might as well just put it out there. Can't hurt.
SCV ready. Bad news. I'm going. SCV ready. Move it. Ah, you scared me. Yep. What? Bad news? What's going on? Go ahead. Big jump. Huh? Bad.
Got him.
Big job. In the rear with the
Now the probe can't get away. He dropped the. That's the fuck you pylon right there, man.
Go ahead.
When Protoss drops the fuck you pylon, the fuck you. He's like, all right, you want to kill my probe? You didn't let me get your SCV? Have a pylon, bitch. And you know what? Now I've got a pylon. I've got my own pylon. It's incredible. You're going to go back to trying out stuff? Heck yeah, heck yeah. You always use them to kill units and hadn't even realized it's a siege unit? Oh yeah, well, it does so much more damage when it's sieged against ground too. Liberators were like, they're another unit that used to be crazy powerful. Crazy powerful. But the thing is, like, I feel for the Liberator's case, I don't think the Liberator is overly tuned. Like, they're getting there. Like, they're slowly turning it into another Ghost and Battlecruiser. You can tell with, like, it doesn't see where it sieges anymore. Somehow somebody out there hitting a crack pipe thought that was a better idea than just getting rid of the range upgrade, even though every single map has been designed around Liberator range for years instead of just fixing the problem. So it's on its way. The Liberator will probably be grossly overtuned with one or two more weird Band-Aid updates. But right now, it's still very strong. I think the quality of life that they did for Rapid Fire Siege to get it active during a fight is just really, really nice.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
SCV ready.
Ready for dust off.
Ah, you scared me. In the rear. Huh? SCV ready.
Yeah, Thor Liberator is so good. How would I rate the air-to-air on the Liberator? I mean, it's useless.
What?
It's the only thing that makes the Liberator's anti-air even remotely decent is the fact that they buffed mutas. Like, that's unironically my opinion. Oh, he locked onto the wrong unit there.
What's that?
Let's make sure this isn't the gold base rush dude.
SCV ready.
Just gonna send the Reaper round the outside, round the outside. Is that a quick blink away? Guys, blink is done.
Call the ball.
SCV ready.
Command center's got some new boys.
Bad news. SCV ready.
Nathan, you don't have your engineering bay yet. You're crazy. Yeah, I know. Okay, well, as long as I don't have to tell you.
Got
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no. Yeah, I use rapid fire on my attack command, yeah. It's really nice. As I get older, you know, I've had one of the things that people used to make fun of me for when I streamed was my wristbands and stuff, but the older I get, man, the more my wrists hurt when I play long sessions of StarCraft, but my amount of clicking that I need to do, I drastically reduced it. I think one of the few reasons I can play StarCraft this much is because of how much less I have to click to play the game. But all I have to do is just press the A key kind of quickly twice or hold it down a little bit with my mouse over anything, and then it just spam clicks. And it's actually, my wrist has never felt better playing StarCraft in years. It's probably the single biggest change that I've made for my physical health playing this game. I'm not going to pretend that it's like more accurate necessarily, but like there's only, you know, so many types of changes that I really want to or am willing to make. There's no game that stresses me physically like StarCraft. Like playing League of Legends doesn't do that to me. I don't really need any setup for that, but yeah. So I just hold down the A key when I want to attack. I just hold down the R key when I want to cast a spell. And the reason why it's so fast is because I play on Linux, so I don't have to go into like Windows registry to make it go crazy fast either, so that helps. But you see, when we get into this situation, this usually does end up with the Protoss player just chilling, right? Like he's losing his appetite for combat with us. So he did have that prism at the start too, so it really could have just been like an anything goes sort of sitch. Honestly, I shouldn't move these Banshees out until I have the speed upgrade. I needed to start that a little bit earlier. I needed to start that a smidge earlier, didn't I? But you see, we've got a good economy. We've got a lot of stuff. I mean, he's built this guy right now. He's building a ton of photon cannons. He's building cannons. He's just sitting in his base waiting for my Banshees. That's why it's like, you're like, Nathan, why is nothing happening in this game? I thought Protoss was aggressive. He is waiting. He is sitting there like a kid waiting for mom to get home from Fred Meyer with his Lunchables. I cap you not. So we just got to get where we're going, and then we'll be there. But yeah, I don't use camera hotkeys either. I don't really like doing anything that's like not physically comfortable to do in the game. So in some ways over the years, I've probably limited myself with that mindset, but I think I've got a very, very, very specific but also nice nice UX for myself. No charge. Oh yeah, there it is, right? Carriers. Do you see that? Boom. Alright, so what we're going to do is just get out a bunch of Vikings. We get all the upgrades here, etc. But you see, he just went straight to carriers, so that is in line with our expectations. But Vikings are cheaper. We've got a lot of units. Let's get one more round of Ravens here since it's going to be carriers.
Mine out some of your minerals.
And just another starport.
Command center upgrade complete.
I don't always rush the second armory because it's expensive, but since he's playing with carriers, we need armor. It's too important. It really is. Could probably get a few more banshees mixed in here too. But this is just the way it has to be, just for a little bit.
Liberation.
Your research has concluded.
And then we'll go into battle cruisers as soon as we can. But we probably need a little bit more money to get there.
Admin upgrade ready. Add-on is mined out of minerals. Good thing you've got more of those, right?
Engine screaming. Engaging. Confirmed.
Mm-hmm.
Inbound.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Done and done. Liberation is a task. I got my...
Yep.
We're almost there. We're almost there. Yeah, see, that's fine. All right, so the secret here is we kind of just need to be ready to... We need to be ready to dump everything at a moment's notice. But I think we're okay. Yeah, look at that. There it is. There it is. Look at that. That got a little crazy towards the end. I was worried I wouldn't have enough Vikings. Do you guys like that, man? Do you guys, is there anybody else who plays this game that does fights like that? I disabled like half of his army, maybe more. I don't know if I would have won the fight if I had just tried to like spam out turrets or something. Yeah, like the thing with Liberators and their anti-air, just to briefly touch on this one more time, because I do see some good discussion. I see quality discussion happening in chat, and I just want to comment on it. Liberators are very much so. By the way, how do the resources look? Do you guys like that? It's better, right? I'm in replay mode, so the supply is a little off center. It does move when you're spectating versus not. But the Liberator, it doesn't really do a lot of damage. So, but think about the Thor. The Liberator's anti-air is what you think the Thor's splash attack is. So most people who don't build Thors, or most people who don't play Terran, even a lot of people who play Terran, they don't really build Thors, but most people don't know that the Thor's splash attack, when the Thor shoots air, is the same size as a corrosive bile. It's very small. Thors hardly deal splash damage at all. They really only deal splash damage to units that are stacked on top of each other. This is a really important concept to understand about StarCraft. The Liberator, on the other hand, actually has a huge radius for its anti-air attack splash. When the Liberator shoots a unit, it deals splash in about the size of an EMP. So, pretty huge. Anything that would be within the range of an EMP from the center, that's what a Liberator is dealing in terms of splash. So, I don't like Liberators as dedicated anti-air because they have very short range. They don't really deal a lot of damage, but, and there's a big but here, and I cannot lie, you other Protoss can't deny, that when you have enough Liberators, the splash damage kind of starts to override the lack of damage. It's like fighting 3 roaches with 15 Hellions. Yeah, at that point it works. Liberators, similar concept. Like, if you have 5 Liberators mixed in your army for mutas, they won't do shit. They won't do anything. If you have 15 Liberators mixed in your army for mutas, they will one-shot the entire cloud. So it's like, it's one of those things that's just like a kind of, in a weird way, it's super technical. So let's see. He didn't get a good spot here on us as we were moving out, but I didn't want to engage. I didn't want to fight him at the Nexus because I was worried my army would get split up. I wanted everything to fight him, so I just go straight at him. And you can see here the Liberators, you know, they have nothing to do but fire their anti-air mode, so that's what they do. But I do lock down the majority of his army. We get most of the carriers. I lock down the mothership, so he can't use the cloak ability or anything like that. So he's just kind of in this stuck spot, and I don't really have a big target fire thing going, but what basically happens is I use the entire lockdown to kill the mothership, and then I don't have enough energy for more lockdowns. So it's crazy that there were no ground units for him at all. Like, every Banshee I made was kind of a waste. At this point they start to pay off, but I think if I had just won the fight a little more decisively, then I wouldn't have needed any Banshees here. Like, if I had another 10 Vikings, I might have just won immediately. So Liberator has been slept on until you've been using it. You never ever see it in casted matches. Yeah, I take a pretty creative approach to the game. So the reality is, if I wanted to be compared with the top Korean guys, then, you know, it's like I'm in the same place that I would be doing normal stuff as not. So my favorite thing about strategy games is coming up with new strategies. You can see where the source of our memes come from. But this was such an interesting fight, and I tried to make sure when he warped in more stalkers that I brought the Banshees. I sniped the Obs again, so he just has nothing. And some of these Banshees have a lot of energy on them, so he's just in this very, very tight spot. There's not really anywhere to go. And then battle cruisers are like the hardest counter in the game to carriers. If you didn't know, the carrier is complete garbage against battle cruisers. So because the battlecruiser has like 3 armor built in. So unless you have like +3 versus +1, carriers just don't really do that much. And he had +2 versus my +1. So like he had an upgrade advantage, which is still good, but he is only 1. So it's like the carriers were not going to be able to deal with the BCs, basically. You've been stuck throwing bio into toss regardless of their comp. Well, let me tell you, this strategy is my absolute favorite to do versus Protoss in a long time. Before this patch came out and they made the Viking and the Liberator and the Banshee all just a little bit better, I was completely lost in this matchup because Protoss, they are just economically ahead of you the whole game, no matter what you do. And you can cry about it, you can complain about it. I merely look at it, I take it as an objective fact, and I think to myself, how do I have fun playing a matchup where I'm going to constantly be contained and pressured? And for the most part, I still die when people do the proxy second gateway. I'm still trying to do like kind of fancy-ish builds, so I accept that I'll lose maybe most or all of the games where a Protoss player cheeses me. But I ask myself, like, how do I get out on the map? How do I deal with stalkers, just immediately containing me and poking the front? I hate playing bio because I think it's bullshit how stupidly difficult it is just to take your natural 90% of the time. It's an abject nightmare, and nobody really talks about that or cares about that because people have their heads up their butt and they only think about the pro gamers, even though there's like, how many Terrans out there do you think pay their rent playing StarCraft? I don't. So don't put me on that list. However many you think there are, I don't really think there's a lot. So, like, does the game need to only be balanced around those guys? No, I don't think so. But stalker pressure in the early game, there's nothing that any bio build can do against it because all you're really doing is rushing stim. So, like, then you have to build a wall, but then stalkers poke the wall, and if you don't make a wall, adepts run by, and your life is just hell until you have stim and medevacs. And then by the time you actually get those out, the Protoss has such an economic lead that you're going to be fighting with like 14 army supply versus like 26. That, to me, ruined playing bio versus Protoss. Even though I, Nathanias, have been known for playing mech for a very long time, anybody who's a real OG will tell you I stopped playing bio against Protoss last. There was a very long period of time where I would play mech versus Terran, mech versus Zerg, and I would just come on my stream and laugh about how bad mech was versus Protoss, and I never did it. I played bio exclusively in TVP for many years after I gave up versus Zerg and Terran because of how bad mech was against Protoss. But when they made the adjustment so that stalkers could 4-shot Marines, and they made it so that their attack would always be at maximum range, if you A-moved them, they couldn't accidentally walk into range of anything. They basically made it so that any Protoss with half a brain can just contain you forever. So I gave up on playing bio because of that. But what I love about this build, and just to quickly go through it again, is that I get to put on pressure from the very start of the game. My opponent doesn't get to contain me, and most of the time, I force them to turtle. So instead of the normal power dynamic, he sees that I'm going for my factory first, so he's thinking, okay, could be Cyclones, could be Banshee, could be Liberator, could be Hellion Drop. There's a lot of builds that Terran can do in this situation. Hell, I could be baked out of my mind, and I could be doing a Thor drop. But yeah, I personally don't feel that bio is that fun. It may be competitively good against Protoss, but I think they took all the fun out of it. I think they completely ruined TVP with bio. I miss when the matchup was Terran taking their third as they went out to push the Protoss and try to deny the Protoss third. But the matchup now is Protoss always has 3 bases before you even have your natural saturated, which completely ruined the matchup, in my opinion. So this is how I take power back. I do this gas first build like it's a TVT. I open up with my Cyclone drop, and here's the beauty of it. The Cyclone drop, yeah, there's a lot of different ways they can handle it, but he's got to have his units at home, right? He's got to have his units at home. He's got to have something here to defend, but it allows me to scout. I get to see what units he has, and especially these stalkers in the early game, I know how valuable they are. I know how important it is for him to keep those alive, so getting 1 of them, 2 of them, whatever, anything at all is huge. But the other thing about this that's so great is whether they scout me, whether they have my stream open, it doesn't matter. Even if they're stream cheating, they see I go Banshees, and you know what they do? They sit their ass down in their base, and they go nowhere. So I don't have to worry about that crap anymore, because after I build the 2 Cyclones, I go straight into tanks. And by the time that they can actually have Blink and move back across the map, I can have 2 tanks, 2 Cyclones, a Medevac, and a Banshee. Like, that is like my timing. That is what I have when the Protoss is finally able to attack me with Blink. Unless it's a guy like Heaven or somebody else that just does gateway all-ins every game. But this guy did make tech. He did build a robotics facility. He had a shield battery, I think. Yeah, so he wasn't completely... He took gas in his natural. He wasn't completely thinking about going just nothing but pure gateway. So basically, by the time he reaches the point where he would stalker harass me, I've got enough tanks to zone out, and I can take my 3rd base because I've got Banshees. And that's the thing. A Protoss player who wants to go mass gateway, they can really put crazy, crazy pressure on you. And almost unrelenting. But what I love about this is that the Banshee demands respect. Protoss does not have an easy answer to this because photon cannons don't actually completely shut it down. And as you can see here, he didn't have anything for it, right? So what does a Protoss player do in this situation? Well, yeah, he's double expanding. He's taking his 3rd and his 4th at the same time. But I've got him contained. So what am I doing? I'm building a planetary. What is he doing? He's got all his stalkers in the bottom right corner of the map. So just through this, not only do I kill a lot of probes, but just in the process of dealing with the Banshee, it creates space. It creates space. There's action on the other side of the field. So he's all the way down there. He's all the way down there dealing with my stuff. And even though it would typically be very difficult to take this base, and you might say, Nathan, I thought people just go charge lots when they see mech and just aim move you. But that's the beauty of it. I opened with a Cyclone drop. Anything other than Stalkers or a Stargate fucks him. And if he opens with a Stargate, then he doesn't have Blink, which means there's still no map pressure. So these are like the core aspects of what makes this style enjoyable for me, because I get to go out on the map, I get to put on the pressure, and I get to take my 3rd base at the same time as the Protoss. And those, to me, are the most important things to ensure parity in the matchup. Like, if I want to go toe-to-toe with him, I'm comfortable with it. When I see that he's starting to build photon cannons, when I see that he's just got his observer on patrol and he's keeping all of his units at home, you guys are gonna I'll get there in the replay, but you might remember during the game I made a comment. I pointed out that when I sacked my Cyclone, he didn't have charge. He never even researches charge this game. I'm going a little ahead of myself, but he never, here we are even further into the game, he never gets charge. So even though there might be traditional things, like the opponent is reacting to what I'm doing, so he's not able to be in that position to throw zealots at me to put on that pressure, and that allows me to set everything up. And by the time, if he tried to attack me with Mass Gateway now, I can kill his Observer with the Raven Viking, I can siege the Liberators over him, I'm about to have +2, but if he's attacking me, I've got a lot of fast units that can defend, and some high power ones with the Liberators, but most importantly, if he decides he's going to play Turtle Toss now that the Banshee showed up, and he's going to make a bunch of cannons, and he's going to sit there, and he actually really didn't make too many cannons, honestly, I got to point out at this point. But for him to do this, I can actually go toe-to-toe with him, because unlike a normal game, like if I was playing Bio, I'm not multiple bases behind the Protoss. I start hitting them so early in the game, they have no choice but to match my speed or lose. And if I overextend or lose my evac at the very beginning of the game, those are all ways that I can still lose. Like, my style by no means is unstoppable, but I would put it the same way that I put the Liberator Thor thing. People are always like, how do I beat Liberator Thor? What do I do? What do I do? I'm like, yeah, how do you beat Bio? I don't know. You make units, get into a good position, make something for yourself. There's no easy answer for anything in this game. So the harder that you try to fixate on there being one answer to a problem, the more that you're gonna lose while you wait to learn your lesson that you need to try other things. But this was such a fun game. I got to use the interference matrix on all of his air units. I actually won a fight with Vikings against carriers and Tempest. I really didn't think these Vikings would win this battle, but I guess having a few SCVs helped, and then I make turrets underneath that. What a great game, though. This was a super fun match for me, man. This was a super fun match. How did I disable all of his stuff so fast? So so here, there's actually two really important things to keep in mind. First of all, it's not possible to stack the ability. You cannot stack Interference Matrix. So when I use Rapid Fire, so I just hold down the R key, and then my Ravens will all go do it immediately, basically, all 8 of them. And the important thing to keep in mind here is that Rapid Fire, you cannot use Interference Matrix on a unit that has it or a unit being targeted by it. So if I tell all my Ravens to Interference Matrix one unit, only one Raven will go and do it. It's not possible to waste energy. So this is basically one of the ways that you can take advantage of that using Rapid Fire. So you'll see, but as soon as this fight begins, I just drag my mouse over his whole army, and then boom. You know, he's got the majority of his units disabled. So he doesn't get to take advantage of the Mothership. The Mothership is what dies first here. The Liberators provide a really good buffer for the Vikings, and yeah, that's really it. That's really it. Like, this just ended up going very well for us after that. The Liberators actually did get a Tempest or two from what I'm seeing. That splash on the backside. So, not completely useless. And then the Ravens were just like, yeah, I didn't have that much in terms of energy after the lockdown. But you won't see fights like this from many people who play StarCraft. To me, crafting a strategy where I can get into a position like this consistently, this might be the best build I've come up with versus Protoss in a decade. Like, unironically, this might be the closest thing to the Ghost Pepper Cheese I've come up with. And I know I used to do some Banshee shenanigans versus Protoss, but I feel like the Cyclone drop into it gives me so much agency. I'll still lose to Proxy Robo every time I do this build. I will still lose to all sorts of things, all sorts of all-ins and cheese. But what won't happen to me is the thing that I hate the most about what I used to love about playing Terran versus Protoss with Bio. I won't just end up being contained and stuck in my base. Like, maybe some guy watching my stream could go Phoenix Robo and try to rush out like some sort of Phoenix contain with observers in a ring around me so my Banshees can't leave. And then, I don't know, go straight to Tempest. But I still feel like even if they did that, my Cyclone drop would hit their base like fast enough to do something. Like, he'll never have more than 1 or 2 Phoenix, even if that was what he tried. So he could go double Stargate, but then it's like, yeah, I don't know. Like, maybe. But I just have to imagine that if you go double Stargate, you're not going to have Blink Stalkers or Charge Lots, so I still get my 3rd fast. You can always take your 3rd quickly versus Stargate openers. Protoss can't really do anything with those. So I hate playing Bio in this matchup because you just get contained to death every game. I'm not telling you not to play Bio. I'm telling you that not being able to be on an even economic footing in TVP is what ruined the matchup for me. I love this build because it turns the tables. If the Protoss is building photon cannons, that's money that's not going into Zealots. If the Protoss is making extra shield batteries, that's money that's not going into Stalkers. If the Protoss decides that because they don't want to deal with speed Banshees, so they're going to go straight to Carriers or Tempest, that means I get to do whatever I want. I'm the kid in the candy shop. I eat the Gobstopper and turn into a giant blueberry or something. But like, he never even attacked me. So, because from the very beginning of the game, I was dropping him and then I was Banshee harassing him, and my Banshee still killed a lot of workers too. So, all right, that was a very long-winded explanation, but I've been having so much fun with this composition and this play style versus Toss. It's just been amazing. It's been amazing. Okay, he's having a rough day. Yeah, Piccolo, we see the fit. Thanks for the explanation. You're very welcome, Ghost Mask. Thank you. But yeah, it's fun. It's not necessarily an easy army because you have abilities. You have abilities on the Ravens, technically the ability on the Liberator. So even though the army is all together, I still have multiple hotkeys. Like, I have the Liberators as hotkey number 2. just so that I can very quickly switch to them and drop the zones if stalkers show up, etc. So, do I switch up speed versus cloak first on the Banshees? The only reason to go speed first is against Zerg. Speed first is good in TVZ because the Zerg doesn't have anything that can hurt your Banshee out on the map until mutas, and then Banshees aren't really viable at that point if there's a Spire on the field. Just my thoughts. But I will say that there's also, versus Protoss, you would always go Cloak, because Protoss actually has like the weakest form of detection in the game, since observers are very vulnerable, they're small, they don't have a lot of health, and you're opening with a Cyclone drop. So if you see obs on the map or a prism, bring the medevac, bring the Cyclones, go snipe it. There's a couple different ways to do that, so. I had tanks. The whole point is tanks. The whole point of it is tanks. It's just double gas first, 1-1-1, 2 Cyclones, 1 medevac, then you start building tanks immediately. You go, by the time the Protoss player will defend your drop and go back across the map, you'll always have 2 tanks, a Banshee, 2 Cyclones, and a medevac. Unless you lose the medevac or the Cyclones. If all you have is 2 tanks, then yes, you can definitely lose pretty easily. But I find that being able to do-si-do a little bit with the medevac and going in and out of the tank range, etc. I find that those are all things that make the composition work for me when I do it. And thanks for the YouTube sub. We did break 10,000. We broke 10,000 subscribers on YouTube this weekend. Big thanks to everybody. It's been nice being back and doing StarCraft stuff again and streaming. I've only been streaming for a couple of months. I took a year off. Was doing some IRL stuffs, so just been very nice, very happy to get back on and do all of this. And you guys are a great audience. I really love talking about strategy, probably more than anything else. So don't ever feel bad asking me those questions. I do like those quite a bit. It's fun. Oh yeah. Oh. I'm doing a slightly more turtley build this game because I've been opening Reapers every TVZ today, and I haven't actually really played many Zergs, so I don't want to kill him too quickly, if that makes sense. I feel like I've only played Protoss and Terran almost the entire stream. Did we play any late game TVZ today at all? I don't think we did. I actually really somehow we're 5.5 hours into the show, and I do not think we played a real TVZ at any point. There was one guy that cheesed me, right? There was the guy that nightist me. Like, I think 4 hours ago, someone nightist me. That's it. I don't think I've played any other Zergs.
Command center upgrade complete.
I don't think so. What's your best Turtle Terran tip? Well, like any strategy in StarCraft, you got to commit to it. You gotta trust yourself. You gotta trust yourself, and you gotta understand that when you're playing a build that's a little more passive, the most important thing is to know when your first move out is gonna be. Like, did I open with a Reaper this game? No. Do I have a fast 3 command center? Yes. Do I have a bunker? Sure. Am I gonna sit in my base and do nothing all game? No. I'm moving out as soon as I get Hellions. Like, it's just a delayed version of any other normal build, really. And you'll see that because I don't build siege tanks. I'm not sitting here putting a huge wall together. My goal is to go out and get that 4th base, get that 3rd, etc. as soon as I can. So I have been falling in love with the 4th command center, though. I do admit it actually makes taking the 3rd faster a lot easier. But like as soon as you get your Hellions out, you should go across the map. Because, some guy in chat might point out, hey Nathan, you actually haven't really scouted this game past your SCV scout. And you're not necessarily wrong. What do we know? Well, we know it's 430 and he's got speed, which means he had to have opened with gas. Because otherwise he just simply wouldn't have it at this time. Which means that he's probably done a fairly standard build. We know that he opened with gas. We did see that. But what's more important is when we get to the front, we're going to see either a bunch of queens or we're going to see some roaches. There'll be varying degrees of creep spread. So there I just wanted to get as many of his creep tumors as I could, since he's a little backed up. Just deny the creep. And then we're going to send these guys home to heal. His queens do look like they're out of energy, so I don't think that we're at risk. And we haven't seen anything that costs Vespine, so we start the turrets. I'm starting the turrets right now because there were no roaches. So there's, if he was going for Mutalisks as fast as possible, like, this is what it would look like, right? While it might not be Mutas, it could be Nidus. I don't instantly lose to Nidus. I have units at home that can go fight. If it's Mutas, I don't have any anti-air right now, so then I would lose. So I don't want to deal with that. So we bring the Hellions home, repair them. We start the morph on the third base. It's actually our 4th command center. We have 3 orbitals, so we haven't committed any crimes against humanity on this one. Fall in love again and again. Okay, so there's the roaches. So we finally do see that he has roaches. This is good. This is good for us to know. There's a changeling, so he was trying to get a changeling into our base. But we're actually already there. That's like the best part about this playstyle and this build. So now we've got everything we need. All we have to do is start the armories while the factories build their add-ons, and then we go straight into the Megazord build. Most Zerg players, they have a pretty big hobby these days of just rushing to Ultras or other tier 3. It's really hard to play TVZ because Zerg doesn't really have that many viable mid-game playstyles anymore. It's not very effective to transition from Roach Ravager or Roach Hydra into anything. So Zerg players have kind of given up on innovating their playstyles, and we're seeing them just rush to Hive every game. So that's why I really love this build, because I think it is so hard to attack onto creep. Like, attacking onto creep when they have queens and all of that stuff is just such a pain in the ass. So the reason why I really, really love this playstyle is it gives us just so much power here. And like the Liberator here, if he wants to go for it, you know, he's gonna have to dive deep. He's gonna have to dive deep.
Swap away.
I got almost all of the Ravagers. Beautiful. And now we start building the Thors. This is it. It's just a race against the clock now. It's just a race against the clock. I'll try to take the 4th base as soon as I feel like it's possible, but we may get there, we may not. We'll see. Woo! Yeah, that's what I thought.
You lined out a mineral field. Good thing you've got more of those, right?
Need something liberated?
But like, this is the beauty of it, though. This is the whole thing.
Got it. Yes, sir. Attention.
Your add-on is complete.
Of course.
Upgrade complete.
How can we help? Commander. We have you on.
Well, it's a good thing I've got another one, I guess. So he's put on some pressure. He's been aggressive, but we're still getting there. Still getting our supply up. You know what? Okay, I get it. I get it. So he's one of those guys. He's going to be one of those games where he just clicks on my stuff even if he doesn't have units there. I get it now. I understand. We're going to have to be slightly more passive, but he's trying to anticipate what we're doing, or he's got the stream up, but it's a little too reactive there for my taste personally. I'm going to guess his plan is to base trade us. That's usually what people do in this situation. I think he's going to try to avoid a real fight, if I had to guess. Beautiful. Yeah. Offensive hatch me, bitch. Well, we got his whole army. We got basically everything there. We just got to resaturate this base. Yeah, this guy's playing like he's got it, like he's got the VOD up. We'll push him as soon as we can max out here, but he's gonna probably keep doing cheeky, cute little clever plays like that while we're trying to move out. But I think we'll still be able to max out here. We're very, very, very close.
Yes, sir. Metal to the metal. Reporting for action. Standing by.
Command center upgrade complete.
Now you see, this is why I say you siege the libs over the Thors.
Liberation is at hand. We have you on screen. Falcon, standing by. Incoming or need something liberated? Of course. Attention.
Mined out some of your minerals.
Yeah, good try. Now we build turrets with the SCVs so that there's no way for him to break out of this ever. That's it. You're absolutely beyond... Forget beyond meat. He's beyond fucked. That's why I love builds like this, though. I mean, this is like, even if the guy did have the stream up, like, there's just no way he could ever beat this because he just probably has never seen it before. Or his ego won't let him take it seriously. It's usually one of the two. Boom. And this guy had every base. He took all the bases. He even tried to take my base. He tried to build a hatchery. Tried to build a hatchery in my base. I don't like that. I did not like that. It's almost like the lib zones are Terran creep. Yeah, very, very much so. And really, again, that's like such a big part of the strength of this play style is that you put the liberation zones over the Thors. And even in a situation like this fight earlier, in the middle, right before we won the game, basically, just get back there. Going back 10, 15 or whatever seconds at a time. Oh, a little bit further. Okay, yeah, so I see here. Now, the Infestor's up front. He wants to use Neural Parasite to steal my Thors. Like, he's trying to hijack them. But what ends up happening, and you'll notice this, but even if I couldn't target fire, he still runs all of his army directly into the Thors. And I'm just saying, he's still in range of a few of the Liberators, but, like, all the Infestors are then the only targets. So, like, of course the Infestors are all going to get popped. And then this Planetary got close to dying, too. I think it got saved by some auto repair guys I had on idle. Did he have Adrenal? He did. Look at those upgrades. Crazy. And then, yeah, this is like the ultimate way to secure the game. You want to spread them. First of all, you want to spread them out so that they can't just use Parasitic Bomb, right? This is suddenly a huge problem because I've just got these Liberators just creating a huge space, right? This is just the no-no zone now. There's absolutely no way to get into this. Running Ultras into this is like a kill box. So he's yeah, I mean, this is like, you're trying to tag into this, it's like rushing Banana. It's not a good strategy. Somebody's got to at least buy a flashbang or a smoke. Someone's got to buy a smoke. If you're going to push Banana, you need a smoke. But I just love, look at that. Just, oh my God. Just look at that. Look at that. I think I've made my case. I think I made my case here. But yeah, you set up a zone like this. What are they gonna do? What are they gonna do? My army is all Thors. He's gonna make Corruptors? And then what? Broodlords? Against Thors? 3/3 Thors? Hell no. But you know what? I did give him the crown at the start of the game. So, you know why? Because we show love here. We do. We show love. What a game. What a game, and oh my goodness, what a day. I did actually try to get to 10 o'clock for you, Faye Lauren. I appreciate you, all right? I didn't stop at 9:30. I wanted to get another game or two, and that one was kind of awesome. So I think I'm going to wrap up the show now, guys. I'll be back on tomorrow, and just for those of you who do like to know the schedule, first of all, I updated it on Twitch. So it's a little more in line with what we've been doing lately. But second of all, my wife actually has a different schedule this week. So instead of Thursday and Wednesday, or was it like usually she has Tuesday and Thursday off, but this week she has Thursday and Friday. No, Wednesday and Thursday. This week is Wednesday and Thursday off for Katie. So I'll be live tomorrow. I don't know what we're going to do on Wednesday. I might get a little stream in. We'll just see. And I probably won't stream on Thursday, but we will have a Friday night stream. We'll be on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So, and then the week after that, her schedule goes back to normal. So I should be on Saturday and off on Friday. But you guys will have a rare Friday, Nathanias, this week. I think Friday is Halloween, so I'll wear a little costume and You know, maybe I'll. Yeah, I think I've got something cool. But yeah, just subbed. Hope to see more of you. Thank you, Tassadar 2005. I appreciate that. Thank you, everybody watching on the YouTube. Thank you, everybody watching on the Twitch. And just the last thing before I go, if you haven't followed on either of those platforms, make sure you hop over to the other one. Check it out. Eventually, I'll have a good enough computer to do the vertical and horizontal on YouTube. Right now, I can't add any more encoders, though. So, thank you, guys. Have a great night. Take care of yourselves. Stay safe.